Good morning. Let's try to take our seats so that we can start. Good morning.
Hello, may I have your attention, please? Can we please have our seat and start? Can we stop your side meetings? Can we please have our seat? So we can start.
Let's have our seats so that we can start.
You switch. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't think I do that. Okay.
Good morning once again. Welcome to the Alisa Hotel, where the PRC brings together stakeholders from the in this business. We are talking about the service providers and then the media to come together, have a conversation, discuss tariff proposals that have been sent to the Commission. And this is geared towards the stakeholders consultation for the multi-year tariff order for 2025 to 2030. We're going to invite God to be with us and to give us the opening prayer. We call on Haji Jamaro Abukari, Director, Regional Operations and Consumer Services at the PURC, to do us the honors. Let's welcome him. Thank you, Jojo. Let's pray. We pray to Almighty Allah to guide you to the righteous, fulfill and which will benefit the Commission and the administrators. As the Lord of the we have no way to Amen. Thank you very much, Alaji. We now call on the Executive Secretary of the PRC to give us a welcome address. Let's welcome Dr. Shafiq Suleiman.
Good morning and welcome back. It looks as if it's more of the utilities than the media we are inviting. And it also looks as if we are more prepared than the intended audience. So we are encouraging the media to make themselves present, especially with the information out there from yesterday's conversation. We want you to come, so all your friends, if you can link up so that we get them to come for the education, because of the information we are hearing from yesterday's conversation. It should have been better they come today. As they are here, we are all being educated, and we know exactly what the numbers are and what the. I feel sorry for ECD because all the all the information is more about ECD than even what the others are proposing, especially Ghana Water has the highest numbers, but no one talks about them except ECD. Okay, good morning, distinguished government communication officials, forum, members of the media, and esteemed participants, and the utilities present. On behalf of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, I warmly welcome you to this important engagement, which forms part of our stakeholder consultation on the multi-year tariff order, MITRE, for the period 2025-2030. As I noted yesterday, the MITRE is one of the Commission's most important regulatory tools, designed to provide predictability for utilities, stability for consumers, and confidence for investors. But above all, it is not just a technical framework, it is the citizens' MITRE. It belongs to the people of Ghana, and it must reflect their voice, needs, and aspirations. Today, as we engage with government communication officers and the media, I wish to emphasize the crucial role you play shaping how this MITRE is understood and received by the public. Electricity, water, and natural gas are not mere commodities. They are lifelines that sustain households, industries, and enable social well-being. Your duty, therefore, goes beyond reporting events. You are partners in building awareness, in interrogating issues, and shaping citizens, making meaning of how tariff decisions affect their daily lives. The traditional media, radio, television, and print, led with rapid growth of social media, has become one of the most powerful channels of information dissemination in our time. And I'm glad to see Winston here. I've been listening to you the whole morning on the mic too, especially, as I said, ECG is the main focus. Even though there are other utilities like Ghana Water, NETCO also coming out with their tariff proposal. From the border town of Paga to the floating community in Zulezu, across the peak of Akwajato to the flat plains of Accra, the media is profoundly instrumental in carrying the message of the mitre to every corner of this country. In many communities, your voice is the first and most times the only source of credible information. That's why you need to really understand the tariff proposals. They are proposals. We are going to interrogate them to come out with the right numbers later on. That is why the Commission recognizes you not only as stakeholders, but as torchbearers of transparency, accountability, and public trust in the tariff setting process. Your voice guides the narrative and shapes perceptions. You have the ability to ensure that this citizen's mindset is understood not as an imposition, but as a shared social contract that balances consumer interest, utility viability, and national development. In the coming weeks, the Commission will roll out regional public hearings to provide consumers with the opportunity to engage directly with utility companies. These hearings will allow utilities to explain and justify their tariff proposal in simple yet relatable terms. It will achieve the intended impact if the narratives are effectively carried and amplified by recognized communication officials and the media at large. I therefore encourage you to prepare diligently, probe deeply, and communicate effectively. Finally, I urge both our government officials and media practitioners to work hand in hand with the Commission, not as passive messengers, but as active contributors to the national dialogue on tariffs. Together, let us ensure that this tariff review process is credible, inclusive, and ultimately beneficial to the people of Ghana. On this note, I once again welcome you warmly, and I look forward to fruitful deliberations guided by mutual respect and our shared responsibility to the Ghanaian public. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you very much, ES. We're going to go for an opening remarks from the chairperson of the Stakeholder Committee at the PURC. Let's welcome Honorable Nanaya Kantora.
Thank you very much. Yes. You said it all. What we are doing here, are you okay? I know. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, my colleagues from the media. And good morning, utility service providers. Yes, you have said it all. What we are doing here, this engagement, is more about proposals. Go through the motions and the PURC will sit down and interrogate all the figures before we get to a final decision. The last major tariff review was taken in 2022. The utilities came with their submission, the PRC gave the tariff, and upon that basis today, they are going to tell us what they use that money for, how it benefited the system and benefited the consumer, and also how that's far, how they are going to use whatever we have given to them or we are going to give to them. Whatever we are doing here today is legal, is still in law. We are not just doing it out of a vacuum. So today we are going through a legal process, and this legal process would ensure that the right thing is done. As we sit here, the modalities will be that you ask your questions, you note your questions, then you are allowed to ask questions that are very relevant to the subject. You know there's a lot of commentary going out there. Sometimes it's unfortunate, you cannot stop it. But these commentaries are also part of the process. Utility service provision in this country is very essential. Yesterday I said something, especially with electricity. The cost of unsafe energy is expensive. So we need to keep the lights on. We need to ensure that we have electricity for industry, for the economy to run, for domestic use, for consumers to be comfortable. And it needs a lot of work. The quality of service is key, but we have a very difficult work to do. Keeping the balance between ensuring that the service is of good quality and also ensuring that the utility is financially viable. It is the process of financial viability that we are here today. To ensure that they spend prudently, but they also have adequate finances to be able to let the wheels of electricity and water run. When the ES was speaking, he said something about the Ghana water tariff proposal being higher than most of the utilities. We have an issue at hand and everybody knows what it is, and that is balance. Because of balance, the Ghana Water Company has a lot of issues with the water that they have to process for us to use. And yesterday I said something, I said that in no time Ghana will be water poor. Water poor where water might be imported. And in that state, we will create vulnerabilities for the vulnerable because the poor cannot buy water from abroad. So as the media, I think it is time for us, all of us, to come together and remove the politics from the fight of balancing, so that together we will make it okay for everybody. The future is blue for water provision and quality in this nation, and we need to take it seriously. Chemicals that were hitherto used, which were reasonable in price, cannot be used as effectively anymore. We need to escalate to higher ones. But it can be changed. That situation can be changed. And all of us can put our heels together and change the situation and change the trajectory. Thank you for coming. And you know that with your presence here, the conversation is going to be fruitful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We're going to do some quick introduction.
Can we have some order? You see, the ES wants us to have not to spend too much time on the narrative. So if you say start with the figures first, it's not saying just put the figures down. It's just saying that as you start with the figures, you drill down to what you had in 2022, then you drill down to how well you have been able to do your work, then down to why you want that figure, so that there is no misconception. So it means that most of the narratives, it took too long yesterday, and it shouldn't have been so. So you put your figure down and you work towards your figure. Is that okay?
Madam Chair, yes, but I mean the slides we had yesterday, you know, from what we were given, and what we used it for. That's how the communication was. So when you get into the actual tariffs, then the percentage comes. So what I can do is that I can talk to what was given to us in 2022, and then currently what we
When
have.
you went to school, you did summary, right?
Yes,
So do summary.
I'll do that.
You see, you do your summary, the summary is still relevant. So you put key points.
That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine, madam. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ivan Soa Mensah, representing VRA for the presentation. Just to introduce the team, so I have my Director Commercial Services in the person of Madam Miriam Dake. Maybe Madam, you can give us a wave. Yes, I have. We have manager for business in the person of Obed Opoku. He's gotten up. We have manager planning, business planning at the hydro generation. We have Dennis. We have Isaac Kujo Owusu, also from engineering. And then we have Godfrey Jackson, also with the water resources department. So that is the team. And then we have Mr. Justice Aban, manager corporate communications, please. So thank you for the team. Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to first start by looking at from 2022 to 2025 when we're given the tariffs, what did we use the tariffs for? So, we'll be looking at the critical investment projects that VRA has undertaken over the period. We would go into when we had the investment hearings. This time, what PRC did is to go through all our investment, the capex, and approve which ones we should include in our tariffs. So we'll go through the actual approved ones for VRA. And then for the first time, VRA is introducing the proposal on mini grids. We'll give a bit background about it. And then lastly, we'll look at our tariff proposal, which has to do with our hydro and hydro generation and our conventional thermal. So to start with what we've been using the money for our critical investment projects, for the first one, we are looking at our sea reverse osmosis project. Now, this project is to make sure that there's water available for our combined cycle operations. So we take water from the sea and it's treated, and then we use it for our combined cycle operations. Combined cycle operations enable our power plants to have a lower heating rate. And with lower heating rates, you have a lower cost of operations, and which obviously translates into lower tariffs for the consumer. Again, for our Takoradi power plant, what we did was to modernize and rehabilitate it. The whole idea is to extend the life of the power plant to another additional 20 years. So this project was undertaken in 2024. It's just 50% complete as we speak. The third project has to do with Ameri relocation. The Ameri power plant, now Aomaso thermal power plant, was moved all the way to Kumasi. The purpose of the project was to ensure that there is stability in terms of the network at the middle belt, the Kumasi area. And so Gridco is here. I'm sure they can attest to the fact that voltages have improved in the middle belt as well. The fourth one, which is the automation and upgrade of our SCADA project. Here, this project was undertaken at a cost of 3 million US dollars. And the purpose of it was to ensure that there's real monitoring of the power plant. And in this, the operators of the power plant have at every point in time an instantaneous overview and status of the plant. They can easily detect abnormalities and also have quick responses to them as well. As part of our key performance improvement projects at Abraze and then at Tema for our interconnections, gas interconnection facilities, we did an upgrade of the metering system. So we had an upgrade of the flow meter, of the flow computers, and we also have installed chromatographs to help in metering. All this is to make sure that there is accurate gas accounting and billing accuracy. This was as a cost of 1.5 million euros to VNRA. Then we also have a gas interconnection facility at Tema. This facility ensures that there's distribution of gas to the IPPs and VNRA as well in Tema. To improve its power supply reliability, we undertook this project to get it connected to the grid directly, and so it's connected to the collector substation currently. To move on to the approved projects that PRC has given to VNRA to include in this tariff proposal, we'll start by first looking at the hydropower plants, or with respect to hydro generation. The first has to do with we want to reinforce our log booms. So log booms are the device, or I mean, if those of us that remember what happened with BP and trying to make sure that the oil doesn't spill over a certain period. So these log booms hold the debris in place at the water intake points. And when the debris gets into the intake points, it causes force outages. So we want to reinforce what holds the log booms in place, and it's just to ensure public safety as well. And this is at a cost of 1 million US dollars. And then for number two, we also want to procure a new log boom from Pong power plant to hold high debris and prevent high debris, and to ensure that there is reliable power supply and we reduce the false outages. And this is also at a cost of 1.5 million US dollars. To the third one has to do with repair of Akosombo spillway number 2. So we want to restore the integrity of that spillway. So at the base of the spillway, we have certain rock mass that has been moved from the previous spill, and in this case, we want to. This is a phase 2. So when it happened, we did a phase 1. This is a phase 2, just to restore the integrity of the spillway in event that there's any spill again. And then the fourth one has to do with procuring a spare transformer for the Akosombo power plant, all in line to make sure that there is reliable power supply, and it's at a cost of 3.8 million euros. The final tool for hydro generation has to do with the installation of circuit breakers. The circuit breakers at the switch yard, we have the Greco circuit breakers there. Yet still, we want to have a second line of protection for our generators. In any case where Greco's circuit breakers fail, then we are still protected at our end. And so we want to undertake this project at a cost of 4.5 million US dollars. And again, we have switch gears. These things are all protective equipments. The switch gears currently that we have at the Kosomo and the Kron generating stations have dated. We want to bring them out to speed to align them with best practice. And so it will come to a VRA at a cost of 2.9 million US dollars. On the thermal front, the first three projects has to do with KTPS Pontema plant. is due for a major maintenance. And so for the first part, in terms of the project, we want to take this capital parts of the power plant down and we want to have them replaced. This will come to VRA at a cost of 20 million US dollars. And then the services for the whole maintenance project will come to VRA at a cost of 3.9. And then when these parts of the power plant are taken down and replaced, the old parts are refurbished so that it become as spares and can be used again. And this comes to VRA at a cost of 4 million US dollars. The fourth one, which has to do with the SPM. The SPM is a facility which receives liquid fuel at Takrady. We want to rehabilitate it. It's to all to ensure that there is we have fuel security at the western end. As we are aware, currently the gas pipeline is we only have one gas pipeline supplying all the power plants. Should there be any disruption in gas, it's going to cause major outages at the west. And so we want to rehabilitate it just to make sure that we this facility is ready to offtake fuel to the power plants at the west. And the last but not the least has to do with the filter. So in Takrady, for the generators, they have filters, the filter housing. We want to replace it. This filter housing will improve the airflow to the gas turbines and improve the performance of the turbine itself. This will come to VRA at a cost of 3 million US, 3 million euros, please. For the first time, VRA wants to make this proposal on mini grids. Currently, in Ghana, access to electricity is about 89.5. And with regards to policy direction, we want to use renewable mini grids for rural electrification. And for that matter, the 10% of the population that is without electricity, 15% has to do with island communities. And due to the fact that there's going to be high transmission costs, just trying to get all transmission lines all the way to the islands, we want to use renewable energy mini grids for that purpose to electrify those island communities. And so the Ministry of Energy has directed VRE to be responsible for the operation and maintenance of those mini grids. And through several stakeholder meetings, it's been agreed that first VRA would bear the cost of the operation and maintenance of the mini grids. And when it comes to the expansion projects or capex projects with regards to the mini grids, that will be handled by the ministry. Currently, 8 mini grids have been handed over to VRA to operate and to maintain. But there is indication that come end of 2026, additional 35 is going to be given to VRA to operate and maintain. And that will total about 43 mini grids in all. So just to give us an overview of cost revenue analysis of handling the mini grids, as annual O&M for the mini grids, our projections is for about 2.4 million annually. And out of this 2.4, in terms of revenues that are coming out of current 8 mini grids, is just about 400,000 Ghana cedis. And so you realize that there is a deficit, there's a gap. There's a subsidy gap of about 1.9 million Ghana cedis that needs to be that is borne by VR and needs to be compensated. So just to give you, in terms of the cost, the cost of handling or maintaining the mini grids, currently the lifeline tariff and also 85% of the the operation and maintenance of the mini grid has to do with the storage equipments of the mini grid. And 85% of the customers that we've handled so far are also on the lifeline. And so with a current lifeline of about 79 Ghana pesos, VRS cost currently goes to about 564, and that shows you how expensive it is to handle the mini grids. And the benchmark tariff worldwide, you realize that the mini grid cost is just about between 500 and 1,000 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. And so there's a need for us to find a sustainable recovery mechanism for this. So, and we also have to bear in mind that with the gap of 1.9, we have 43 more, 35 more coming. And so we estimate about on an annual basis, about in excess of 10 million Ghana cedis that VRA has to bear. And so we want to request the PLC to include the cost of operating and maintaining this mini grids in the 2025 major tariff review. And you can see pictures of how the mini grids look like in the slides. So for our main tariff proposal, which has to do with generation from hydro and then from thermal, our main our key assumptions are we estimated a WACC of 7.8 US dollars per MMHTU and an exchange rate of 12.67. In terms of supply to the regulated market, which plants we are going to supply this power from hydro, a total of 7,450 gigawatt hours, and then from thermal, a 6,777 gigawatt hours. You realize that there's a component of solar in there. This solar is directly going or it's feeding into the netco grid at the distribution level, and it's just 14 gigawatt hours, and that totals to about 14,241 gigawatt hours. And so, just looking at the discourse in isolation, ECG, we are projecting to give them about 4,302 uh, gigawatt hours, and Netco 2,242, and then EPC about 300 gigawatt hours of energy. So putting all this into perspective in our computations, taking the various individual power plants, we arrived at a tariff of 71.8862 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. And for the respective discourse that are involved, we are estimating for ECG 55 to 76, 55.76 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. For Netco, 92.73 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. And then for EPC, we are estimating 147.17 kilowatt Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. Just to explain a bit on reactive power compensation. So over the years, our hydro power plants have been generating reactive power, and this is all part of electricity generation. It comes in active and then reactive. So what is reactive power? Reactive power is what enables efficient power delivery. It helps to stabilize voltages and improve uh, power generation in general. So, but it comes at an expense. On the technical side, reactive power generation causes overheating of your equipment, and it also has the potential to reduce the lifespan of your equipment. It also increases your O&M cost, and then it also limits your active power, that which actually is what you are giving the tariff for. It also limits how much you can generate. And all we are saying is that over the years, VRA has not been compensated for doing this work and to assist the national interconnected system in this manner. So based on PRC's transmission and of auxiliary services guidelines or policy, in there you have a computation for compensation. So what we did was to use the same approach or methodology to come up with what we best fit is a compensation for VRA. And with that, we are saying that on an annual basis, should we be compensated, VRA needs to be given about 30.49 million US dollars for Akusumo reactive power generation. And just for Kong, it's just a little bit of 30,000 US dollars. The reason why Akusumo is that high is because most of the time it is Akusumo that is doing the reactive power compensation. So we want to say that in Akusumo, PRC should give us a 932 kilowatt per month for Akusumo, and then for Pong, 1,200 per VAR per month for home. So our justification for a tariff increase, we are saying that we want to recover the cost of our power supply to the distribution companies, and also recover the cost of transmission, and also be compensated for the provision of ancillary services to the national interconnected system. So, Madam Chair, in conclusion, we want to say that we are requesting the PLC to increase the current or existing tariff BGC of 45 Ghana pesos to 71.8 kilowatt Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour, which represents a 59% increase of tariff of generation tariff for VRA, and the respective disco tariffs are also outlined. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much, VRE. We want to ask that if the presentations are, or when they are being done, you put down your questions. We're going to take a number of them so that when we're done and we open the floor for discussions, then you can actually ask those questions. We'll do some quick acknowledgements. We want to acknowledge the presence of Madam Shamima Muslim, Deputy Presidential Spokesperson. She's here with us. Thank you very much, Madam. Having done that, we'll go to the next presentation, and that's going to be done by Gridco. So let's welcome Gridco. Okay, Madam Chair.
Hello, before Duko comes, we gave a regulatory order from here that your presentation should be a summary so that you don't take too much time. So Duko, VI hasn't adhered to it, we've noted it. So we hope that Duko would adhere to the regulatory order, that you should give us a very realistic summary. But I also just want to use a minute for us to know some of the media people who are here, the media houses represented. I think that should have been done, so you know those who are represented. Yes, do you get me? So after the presentation, please let us know those who are represented. As a reminder of the regulatory order, summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President everyone. Good morning, once again. Let me first introduce the Duco team here. We have our Deputy CEO for Finance and Resources, Engineer Samuel Kansa, with us. We have Engineer Hussein Adams, Director System Operations. We also have Mr. Joseph Bakra Sumasiki, Director, Office of the CEO. We have Mr. Waka Kujo Party, Manager, Dispatch Operations. And we have Mrs. Lendaba, Manager, Market Operations. I almost said Malam. We have Malam, Kasib Abubakar, he is with the System Planning section of the Engineering Department. And I'm Samuel Kowaka, Director Corporate Strategy. So we will comply with the regulatory order. We are making a modest asking of 131% of the existing tariff. And we will tell the story why this time around Grupo is asking for something not of 100%. The presentation is structured this way. We will first of all walk you through the reason why we are making this tariff proposal. We'll discuss the assumptions that we considered in arriving at our tariff. We'll also review some of the initiatives that we have undertaken since the last tariff was granted. Then we would also do a walkthrough of the projects that have been approved by the PURC for consideration within this regulatory period. And then the final discussion will be on the tariff itself. Just for the benefit of our colleagues in the media, this is the electricity value chain, and BICO is the intermediary. We have the gas suppliers, we have the generating companies. VRA has already done its presentation, so we know what they do. So they generate, and we are basically the transporters of electricity, covering the regulated market, which includes the distribution companies, bulk consumers, and some of our uh, neighboring countries who rely on Ghana for electricity. So if you look at Draco over the past few years, let me just limit ourselves to the last tariff review. The size of the asset that we control now has increased, and over time, it has become increasingly expensive to maintain the grid because of the sheer size of the grid. We are talking about close to 6,700 circuit kilometers of transmission lines now traversing different geographical terrains. And what is instructive to note is that we have bulk of our transmission lines going through the forested belt. And if we are not able to clear the shrubberies and the trees under the transmission lines, the network is prone to induction. What that will lead to would be outages, force outages. So we spend a lot in clearing the undergrowth under our transmission line, and we do this with a sustainable, in a sustainable way. One of the other challenges that has also had a knock on our maintenance cost is the increasing scourge of galamsey. We can see from the picture there that the part of the transmission line is inundated with a lot of deep puddles created by these illegal miners. And in certain instances, we've had near collapse of our towers, and we have had to require structural reinforcement of the tower footings. We also have high incidence of corrosion along the coastal belt. And I must say that the transmission grid is designed to fit every terrain. And so what we have at the coastal belt has a very high level of galvanization. Still, they are not able to withstand the harsh rigors of the sea. So we spend a lot of money in working on these, washing the insulators, and in most instances, replacing some of the equipment that are prone to failure whenever we have this. And this is actually a video. I don't know if you will be able to play it. This is a result of vandalization very close to our towers, and most often we would have to reclaim the parts that have been created by human activities and ensure that we don't have collapse of the towers. So you can see a picture of a transmission line, a very deep part of the reasons why we're also asking for the tariff is to be able to invest in the grid to meet the economic expansion that we anticipate, and then to be able to serve the demand that is growing. Averagely, demand grows between the band of 8 to 10% annually. And we are talking about in energy terms, we're talking about 400 megawatts. And we need to put in investment across the country to do this. If you look at the grid map on the extreme right, you can see the geographical spread of these investments from the northernmost part of the country to the part of our network where we have the dense consumption. We have these projects scattered all around the country. And so these are the critical projects that we need to undertake. I have to say here, Madam Chair, that with our master plan, we actually identified over 30 projects. But then we are talking about the critical projects that must be implemented or deployed within this regulatory period, spanning 2025 to 2029. So you can see all the projects there. And one of these um, is the Eastern Corridor project, where I'm sure when NECO does his presentation, we would appreciate the challenges of poor voltages within that part of our grid. Then we come to financing. It's been increasingly difficult to secure funding for our projects, partly because of the liquidity constraints that we have. And so we will need a cost-reflective tariff to make the case to prospective lenders that Rico is financially viable enough to repay all the facilities that are granted us to invest in the network. And then also, we have been constrained by the type of funding that we are able to secure for our projects because as a public good, we cannot use commercial loans for some of these projects. It will be overly expensive. We've always relied on concessional lending and sometimes grant from our development partners. But we want a tariff that would also give us the flexibility to look at other investment models that have been tried in other countries. And we are willing to have discussions with all stakeholders on this. Madam Chair, we look at the assumptions underpinning our tariff proposal. We made mention of the projected energy to be transmitted over the period, growing at an average rate of 8% annually. So if you look at the numbers, we can also see the commensurate transmission loss thresholds. Unfortunately, this is slightly above the regulatory threshold of 4.1%. And this is after we've done all the simulation and looked at the various scenarios, the best case for us. So it means that the time of deployment of these projects are critical to us being able to even achieve these numbers. And so any delay in deploying these projects, any funding constraint will further worsen these metrics that we are seeing here. And with these, we are also expecting that the rate of return on the assets that we would have in our favor over the period would hover within the band of 12 to 16% annually. We look at the utilization of the tariff at the last review. And one of the key investments we did over the period was to improve transformer capacities at various substations. And these were in the heavily dense areas. Accra East substation, Afienia substation, Smelter 2, and Kumasi substations. And this was at a cost of $6.3 million. These were transformers operating 120, 135 MVA. We also upgraded, we installed two transformers at the Niagara substation. And this was done in 2022 at a cost of 6.2 million Ghana cedis. And to ensure that the grid is ready to evacuate all the renewable plants and the the other energy sources that are coming up. We had to work on the SCADA network to give us real-time monitoring, to improve the real-time monitoring of the grid, and also the telecom network that is able to give us the I mean, that's the infrastructure that helps us to really interconnect the plant and the various nodes of the network to see in real time what is happening to the grid. And this was completed in 2024, last year, at a cost of $8.5 million. Madam Chair, I've already spoken about this, but I'll reiterate the point that the projects that we're going to display are the most critical for the grid to operate reliably and for us to sustain the quality thresholds that are set by our regulators. So if you look at the map again, you can see that the projects are all over the country. We want to improve the transmission backbone in the middle belt. We want to do the Eastern Corridor project to improve the voltages in that area of the country. We would want to strengthen the coastal backbone. So these are the projects. I wouldn't walk you through all of them because I've already given the basis for this. We can see that VRA spoke about reactive power within the grid. We are also making several investments to ensure that the quality of power is enhanced. So there will be the injection of about 150 megawatt of reactive power at various nodes of the network where they are prone to low voltages. So we will be investing in the SVCs over the period. These will be deployed in Accra and Koko and Adebayo, that's the Tamale 2 substations. Another project that is also worthy of mention here is the Ghana Wholesale Electricity Market. This is a project or an initiative that is mandated by law. And we have, since our incorporation, have done all the preparatory works to have the takeoff of the market. We went into the data exchange phase some years ago. We have started discussions with key stakeholders to let the capacity market take off. And so it is critical that we have the investments required to let this take off. And the benefit to the consumers will be the price of electricity, because then we'll be able to procure additional capacity through competitive means. And then we are also going to have guarantees on when the investment will be deployed so that there will be no incidents of load management within any year when we are able to do these investments. I'm sure we'll spend some time to look at our time proposal. So this is our annual revenue requirement. And as I indicated, we are asking for 135% increment. Quite a modest asking, as I said. Looking at, yes, it is. We are consumers as well. We are very much aware of the fact that electricity has become a necessity. And so the affordability of this commodity is important to all stakeholders, of which we are very keen. So we needed to look at the best case. What will make us present a very modest proposal? And that's what we have done in this. We have looked at a lot of cost rationalization measures so that we don't pass on some cost to the consumers. Eventually, this will affect the end user type. So if you look at the first year, we require that much leap in our tariff to 12.8 96 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hour. But if you look at the outer US, you realize that we are not doing anything beyond 3%. In fact, after the first year, an increment of 0.5% will be okay to sustain our operations. If you're able to get that, we can give you back the 0.5%. So there can be a reduction of 0.5 in 2027. Then for the outer years 2028 through to 2030, we are doing 1%, 0.1%, and 2.5% in 2030. So it is really critical that we have what we are asking for so that all these investments that we enumerated, we can realize their deployment within the years that we have simulated that they will be on the grid for us to be able to fill across all the power that VRA and all the other IPPs have planned for their customers. So, Madam Chair, I think that it's a good point to say what we usually say, that without the grid, there will be no light. Thank you.
Jojo, wait, the ES wants to ask some questions. He wants to finish with the Netco. Netco. In between now. I thought we finished with Netco. Netco. Different. Okay. Okay.
We have Michael Afro from the Energy News Africa. If you are here, please give us a wave. Mr. John Queenan from TV3 and team, they are also here with us. Macklin Coffee from the Daily Graphic. Kindly give us a wave. We also have Justice Osaboti from the GTV. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We have Christian Achu from the Channel 1 News TV. If you are here, please give us a wave. Nancy Obempe from the Radio Gold. Kindly give us a wave if you are here. Thank you. We have Alexander Kuka from Ahoto FM. Okay, thank you, sir. Amofa Adachi from Original TV is here with us as well. Thank you for coming. We have William Sapon from the Daily Democrats. If you are here, thank you very much, sir. George Wilson Kingston from the Ghana News Online. Kindly give us a wave. Okay, thank you very much. We have Felix Nyaba from the Express News. You're also here with us. Thank you very much, sir. Patrick Beda from the Herald is here with us as well. Julius PTC from the Ghanaian Times is also here with us. Thank you, sir, for coming. Eric Bratton from the Radio World as well is here. We have Isaac Jujwa Minu from today.com.gh. And then we have Philip Anto, New Republic, Richard Mensah from City and Channel One News. If you are here, give us a wave. And Benjamin Akufo from the Inside. So as we move on, we'll announce the rest. We also have, I think, Bright Nana Unfo here with us from the Atinka Media Group. Kindly give us a wave. Thank you very much. We'll introduce the rest as we move on with the rest of the program. Madam Chair, so do we start getting the questions for the two presentations that we've had so far? So the floor is opened. If you have a question, you can just ask. A mic will be passed on to you, and you tell us where you're coming from, your name, and then a response will be given when you're done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think usually we wouldn't need, you don't have to ask questions, but for today, I just want some few clarifications from VRA on the cost of power given to ECG, NETCO, and EPC. I realize that the cost vary. ECG seems to have a lower compared to NETCO and compared to EPC. Now, EPC definitely is taking the power to industry, and then the NETCO is taking power, is distributing power across the northern sectors. They're already complaining about a number of lifeliners. So if you're already giving them power at this high cost, how do you expect them to actually distribute or sell the same power to lifeline consumers and be able to even break even, not to talk of make any profits at all? And then the next question goes to Bitco. I've realized that, I mean, I don't know whether previously this has, most of the projects you are now presenting, have they been projects that you previously presented in the tariff proposal, or is this the first time that you are bringing these projects online? It seems as if the 2022 projects that you executed, you've not had any project that cost above $330 million. Because if you look at the other projects, they seems to be very hefty compared to the projects that were previously included in the tariff. Why this time? Why are you bringing them this time?
You get the mic. Can you please come forward so that we can hear you to ask your question? This one is a P, not a regulatory order. So please come forward and ask your question. maybe before we start, I will also ask VRA. Not everybody understands WACO. So when you are answering the question, can you explain what WACO is?
Okay, my name is Michael Afo, editor for Energy News Africa.com. I have two issues that I want to raise. One has to do with the fact that if I look into the document produced by VRA, they are talking about the fact that Gridco has to pay them some transmission losses. I really don't understand why Gridco has to pay VRA for transmission losses. Then the second question or issue has to do with the mini grids. You know, these mini grids are funded by donor partners or development partners. And VRA, which has been handed, I mean, those mini grids have been handed over to VRA to maintain and operate and maintain. They are asking PURC to develop a tariff for it. There was no proposal like maybe we want 1% or 2% or 3% tariff to be catered for that maintenance. I want a clarification. Thank you.
Just a little clarification. This section, you don't ask PRC questions, you ask the utilities. Let's get that. There'll be another section. If we pass any tariff, then you can hold us accountable. But this session is prepared for the utilities to actually answer most of the questions. This is a platform for the utilities.
Good. Cool. So my question is just a concern on the threat on your transmission lines and where the pylons are. I'm just thinking as the days go by, it's just one of the biggest threats. So I want to understand what measures you're taking to at least put a stop to the human activities before it gets out of hand. I know you're thinking of, the tariff review, but for now, this has to be, curtailed as soon as possible. It's quite disturbing seeing how the roots of the pylons are all out already. So I want to understand I can see the Galamsey site, but this particular one, I'm not sure what's going on there. Is it farming or describe what is switching, what's happening there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is still open for questions.
Mede bɛka hwee. Yɛfrɛ me Jacob na mewɔ Yo TV. Masɛre sa mekɔ dema VRfoɔ. Yɛnim sɛ nsuo na mode generate power. Na sɛ nsuo no nso nya a kwan bi so de sɛ afidie no a mode yɛ adwuma no yɛbɛtumi aka no. Yɛnya ne nteɛ sɛ wɔkɔ amɛntifi dɔmantam mu a ɛsɛ black water de to galamsey wɔ hɔ. Nti sɛ bisasa deɛ bia galamsey no motu wɔ hɔ no ɛba akɔsɔmbɔ na sɛ fa me foforo. Na sɛ ɛba hɔ a nsusuansoɔ bɛn na ɛbɛnya ɔmo afidie no so. Moyɛ biribi de si ano ɛde nam no yɛ sɛ ɛbɛtumi aha mo a sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a woma motu galamsey wɔ soro hɔ no yɛbɛtumi ahwɛ ne abrɛ no ase bebree kyerɛkyerɛ mu kakra meda mo ase.
Thank you. My name is Julius. Thank you. My name is Julius from the Ghanaian Times. Basically, we've listened to the VRA, then the grid code. VRA being the lead generators of the power, and then grid code being the transmitters. Humans, as we are by nature, we don't like paying tariffs. This morning, when some media houses reported that the utility companies are asking for increments in prices and tariffs, you go on social media, listen to the traditional media, and people are already up in arms. Is there a way that VRA, there will be an adjustment to this? We know it's a proposal. If it's not granted, how is this going to affect your efficiency? Both the VRA and then the grid code. If you don't get what you are looking for, how is it going to affect your efficiency? In as much as we want the light on in our match. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Chair, then we would want to reach out to VRA for response. So VRA, if you can join me here. I'm not saying we are streaming live on Facebook and all our social media channels at PURC Ghana, on YouTube, Facebook, and X. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I'll take some of the questions and then my colleague would also um, pick some of them and then answer. Okay, so the first one has to do with the breakdown of the tariffs for the discos. So you have ACG, NETCO, and EPC having different tariffs. It's mainly because of their generation mix. So in a generation mix, you have various power plants that go into them. You have hydro and then you have thermal. So what we did was not to do anything different from what PRC did. PRC gives an allocation based on the hydro and then the thermal to these discos. All we did is to also follow the same principle and also apply the various tariffs that we have proposed for the power plants. And so that is what makes up the specific tariffs for ECG, for NETCO, and then for EPC. The second question has to do with explaining the WACOG. So the WACOG is the weighted average cost of gas. So gas is coming from different sources. We have domestic and then we have Nigeria gas. So the domestic, you have ENI, TAIN, I mean, there are others. So what PRC does is to put all these gas into perspective because they have different, coming from different sources, they have different prices as well. So a weighted average of it is what is the WACOG, and that is what we presented as our estimate. And then just to on the question for transmission losses, so VRA did not necessarily say that we are asking Gridco to pay for transmission losses. Embedded in the tariffs that consumers pay is a bit on transmission losses. So all we are saying is that PRC should consider making VRA whole. The reason being that once you generate power and it's transmitted, before it gets to the customer, there will be some losses, which the customer already bears in the tariff. And then we are saying that VRA should be, and just like any other generator, VRA should be made whole. the mini grade question, so we explained that there is a gap between the current tariffs and the current cost of operations. And what we are saying is that PLC should meet us in terms of the gap. So not everything, because obviously you are getting some revenues from the current tariff. All we are saying is that PLC should meet us at the gap. And for that, we would actually leave for PRC to bring out its own methodology and how it thinks best this should be done. Um, maybe, and I think there was a cost on the a question on the cost and the payments. I mean, for what we have in terms of our tariffs, these are cost reflective tariffs, and all we are saying is that this is what is to make the utility viable and sustainable. So obviously, if you don't get this, then it means that you have to find new ways of doing this. But if these tariffs are not met, of course, it will affect some of our operations, but we'll still have to make ends meet one way or the other. But we entreat PLC to give us an appreciable tariff. And my colleague will take the one on the mining, on the voter, black voter. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Akosumbo Dam, all right. So there are three main tributaries that feed into the Akosumbo Dam, which we use in power generation: the Black Volta, the White Volta, and the OT. So what happens is that currently we don't have any impact, but should that continue, there will be serious impact in our operations. It will affect the silting, it will affect a lot of our equipment as well. But currently, fortunately, there is no mining impact or I'm saying impact in our operations. But being a proactive organization, we have an environment department that actually police our water body upstream, so they ensure that the water body is protected. So they have put in some strategies to monitor and ensure that that does not happen. But as we speak now, we don't have any impact on that on operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VRE. Thank you very much. My name is Winston Amwa. So I'm looking at what you submitted to PORC, paragraph 3.2, as part of your justification, and you say payment for power bills by ECG and NETCO continues to be a challenge, despite the operationalization of the cash flow waterfall mechanism in the absence of a balancing fund to cater for unpaid portion of the power bill poses a challenge to the sustainability of VR's operations. And that's part of the reasons you give. My question is, how does the inability of ECG and NETCO to pay you justify the need for an increase in tariff? First one. Second one, you also talk about generation on liquid fuel. And I'd like to find out, based on the fact that today, if I buy fuel, I have to pay 1 Ghana cedis on every liter. And the explanation we're giving is that it's important for us to pay that so we could use that to provide liquid fuel. If you put that into the analysis, what percentage of that would be taking off the amount that you spend on liquid fuel, and how would that lead to a reduction in the 55% that you're asking for? It's 59, right? Yeah.
So I'll try and answer some of the questions. So yes, in the proposal, we stated the challenges that we are having with respect to payment from some of these discos. And what I'd like to say is that these are cost-reflective tariffs and do not include non-payments or inability for collection. These are cost-reflective tariff in the sense that even what we are giving, it needs to be collected. It needs to be paid before VRA is made whole. But obviously, we've had challenges with the CWM over some time. Currently, amends have been made and things are improving. So yes, we were talking about the fact that if these payments can, when you are even given a tariffs, I mean, the next step is to make sure that whatever you bill is collected. So the challenges were there. Now things are improving, and so I can assure you that payments now from the CWM is much better.
So what I wanted to add is, I think in our detailed proposal, we were highlighting the challenges we are having because the tariff that we have proposed is cost-reflective tariff. We are not taking into consideration that we will not be paid, so we are factoring in our collection efficiency into the tariff. No, this is just cost-reflective tariff. But we also did indicate that yes, we have challenges in receiving what we have proposed. So the tariffs that are given to us, because of the challenges that we have with our distributors, we are not getting the money. So that, as a concern, was also put into our proposal, and something that we know that our stakeholders, PRC, is also taking note of and trying to resolve that because that also affects our cash flow. So that's additional information we wanted to add. So it's not like we are factoring that into our proposal. On the liquid fuel, we what wanted to address was the fact that, when we are doing the tariff proposal, because the liquid fuel are ad hoc, it's very difficult to determine the quantities that will be consumed, unlike gas. So gas is mainstay, so you can do that calculation. That will be part of the tariff, but liquid fuel counts as a whole. But when it counts, it might not be reflected in the tariff. So we are saying that why don't we do some proposal to take care of that in terms of historically how much we have been doing to take care of that, so that when it comes out, then it will not be out of pocket. So that's part of the yes, but it's still difficult because yes, okay. No, you want to
Why do you want to worry yourself? That money, you should be advocating collection from government. You don't want to collect it yourself?
no, so it's two different things. So what you pay at the pump is different from the liquid fuels that we are receiving for power. These are two different liquid fuels that we are talking about. So our proposal is basically on gas. It's not on liquid fuel. It's just that we did mention some of the concern that we are having. That when you agree on the tariff, then you have this situation where maybe there's an outage on your gas plant, and then there's no gas, and then you are required to buy liquid fuel to supplement your operation. So when that happens, then that also affects your cash flow. So those are concerns that we added to our proposals. So getting the liquid fuel for power operations is slightly different from what you get from the pump. Those are two different things.
Okay, so in effect, you're suggesting that that's a possible, that's something that could happen. It could
Yes.
be a necessity, and there could be need for that.
There is need for it.
There's need for it.
Yes, because historically it has been happening.
Historically, it's been happening.
Yes.
Okay, let me just check. I'll come back to you. Let me just check the energy sector outlook because it points out the liquid fuels that we would need. I don't know, of course, that's for 2025. But for 2025, how much liquid fuels have you purchased?
So I don't have the information on hand, but I can't make
Yes,
it.
I want to look at the cost
Okay.
and look at that and then balance it, juxtapose that to what you're asking. All I want to do, okay, I don't hide this, is to doubt how much, I mean, the percentage you want, and ask you finally, realistically, because you know that PURC will reduce it. Realistically, what works for you?
Okay, so what we want to highlight is that our proposal has no liquid fuel inside. So that's what we are saying. We are just telling you some of the challenges that we get going forward. But our proposal is purely gas based. It's not on liquid fuel. I hope it's clear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, so it's not, we are not factoring in liquid fuel, just gas. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm back again on the issue of transmission losses. From what VRA rep said, it gave me an impression that losses is covered by whatever uh, bulk generation charge that is given to VRA. But in this document that you submitted to via PURC, please, I want to read under 5.7, it said recovery of transmission losses. In 2023, PURC directed that GRICO bill for and receive transmission service charge 2 payments from the customers. The Commission further directed that VRA works with GRIDCO to develop an agreeable payment mechanism through which the former will commit to settle the VRA portion of all TS2 funds collected. Unfortunately, GRIDCO has not shown any commitment to the payment mechanism as developed and agreed. Thus, GRIDCO's total indebtedness to VRA with regards to TSC2 as at December 31st, 2024 is 1.2 billion cedis. So where lies the issue of the the explanation that you gave that that transmission losses is covered by that generation what you call charge that you is given to VRA and not necessarily asking GRIDCO to pay that money.
Okay, so we did not say that. So what my colleague said was that the tariff that the end user pays has that component embedded in it. It's not our tariff. Our tariff has no component for transmission losses. It is the end user whose tariff has all that inside, which is embedded. All that we are saying is that when the end user pays, BRA should be made whole by the Commission's directive. It's GRICO who has a mandate to collect the transmission loss component because it is an ancillary service, and they are supposed to provide that service. It's just that the generators will have to be made whole for generating power and it getting lost because of course, physics. There's nothing you can do about it. But when the customer receives the power, if 100 goes and only 96 gets to the customer, the 4 that went still, is tied to production because you need to use 4, you need to do that. So the generator needs to be made whole. So when the customer receives it, he needs to pay back to the distributor, then the distributor will pay back to the transmitter, and then the transmitter will make the generators whole. The only challenges I think which has affected all the sector players is collection. So if the collections are not enough, maybe the transmitter too might not have enough to pay for the losses to make VRA whole, which has become a challenge, which now has to build up to the amount that we stated, which is becoming a challenge for VRA because that is still generation that is lost that we need to get paid for. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes. I have a question. Um, I have heard you say time and again that the end user, which I presume to be the consumer,
Yes,
would be responsible for the payment of the transmission losses. I do know that every machine or maybe every equipment has a certain efficiency level. It cannot be 100%. Even before you went and purchase that equipment, you do not expect it to be mechanically available 100%, and maybe the efficiency will also be 100%. And so therefore, if GRIDCO, through whatever means, is unable to maintain their equipment and their infrastructure such that they optimize their transmission, and you just pass it over to the end user, that is the consumer, are you not encouraging GRIDCO to be much more and more inefficient? But because at the end of the day, they don't stand to lose. So rather than maintain their infrastructure in the manner that it could deliver optimal service, they are fully aware that it will be passed on to the end user. And so therefore you are more or less encouraging, inefficiency on the part of the, great code. I just want some kind of explanation. Thank you.
Okay, so my Greco friends are here, so they will take that question.
So, thank you, uh, Chairman. And so some of these are family issues. So we'll try to explain. Um, Maybe to explain the genesis of it, for all of us here to understand. Um, so this is an issue that has been raised on losses by VNRA. Unlike the IPPs, ECG takes power directly from the IPPs. So the IPPs, they've lost nothing because ECG is taking power from their gate. However, historically, if you take a customer of VNRA, like Anglo Gold is in Obuasi. And let's say VNRA is sending power to Anglo Gold. VNRA has generated power at Akosombo or at Bong. The customer is in Obuasi. Between the customer and VNRA is Gridco lines. PURC has studied the system and said, Gridco, as my friend said, because of physics, definitely if VNRA gives you 100, 100 will not get to Obuasi. But then VNRA has to be paid for the 100. Through analysis, PURC says that Gridco, you cannot lose more than 4.1%. So that 4.1% is going to be computed in the tariff. If your losses go beyond 4.1%, that one is your wahala. You have to find money yourself to make the generator whole. So within the tariff is that 4.1%. So once Gridco collects the TSC2, Gridco has to pay the generator, in this case, which is VNRA. No IPP collects, it's only VNRA, because VNRA's customers are embedded in the system. So Gridco has to collect that tariff, which automatically is paid by the ordinary customer, and ECG collects. Now, the challenge here is that whatever the distribution company pays Gridco, which includes the losses, Gridco has to take that loss component and pay VNRA for it. So the problem happens when Gridco is unable to collect that money from its customer, in this case, ECG. So it means that if I bill ECG and ECG pays me half of it, that half, the loss component, has to go to VNRA. Okay? Last year, so you were reporting up to last year, 2024, there were big issues with collections. We see massive improvement this year, and we are making our commitments to that. That whatever we collect, the loss components, we have to pay VNRA. In terms of the legacy, that one is a family problem. We have to find ways to resolve that. But currently, things are better, and that is how we are resolving the issue. I don't know if that clears the air on the loss. Thank you. Can Gridco continue with it? Come in again. Okay. I think there was a question on right of way. The issues that were raised. We've said that we have over 6,000 circuit kilometers of transmission line across the country. About 4,000 of these are within forest areas. And we've mentioned the fact that so far as trees are concerned, within our right of way, they have to be cleared. Because when they come within a certain height, even without touching the the wires, it can conduct and trip off. And we don't want any trips because of right-of-way tree issues. And this is massive, 4,000 kilometers. The other issue we are facing has to do with Galamsey. I think yesterday, Honorable Nanaya mentioned about issue with water. We've not really talked about the impact on electricity. We found out that we are clearing the right of way. We clear it, and the following week we go there. People have gone to dig. It's like now it's open space for us, digging for gold. And sometimes they dig as close to the foundation as possible. And it's more like a fight. Sometimes our men and women go there to maintain, and they are threatened, sometimes with guns. And these are people, our people go there with tools, not with guns to defend themselves. So we resort to relying on the military in some cases, or in some cases the police. And this is the collaboration we've been having. And we've seen that we also need to collaborate a lot with the district assemblies in this fight. So it's something that we are fighting. In fact, it's become a national security issue, because you bring down just one tower and whole communities are gone. So we want to make sure that we safeguard our towers as much as possible. We talk with the district assemblies that when they see anything, they should just call us. They shouldn't keep quiet. So it's a collaborative effort that we are putting up with our stakeholders. It's a big fight. So Galamsey is not only about water, it's also about the impact is on electricity. Within, close to the urban areas, we are trying to work with environmental groups. We have an MOU now with a group trying to promote sustainable plant growth, sometimes vegetables, so that we can have some occupation under the right of way, but not growing so much trees to impact on our transmission lines. So these are some of the things we are trying to do on our right of way. In terms of the repetition, there was a question, no, I think Executive Secretary, you asked it about the projects. So what we see here, some of them were brought up during the last tariff proposal. Unfortunately, due to financing issues, we were not able to implement them. But they are still required to be implemented. In fact, the longer we delay, the more problems. It's like we are postponing our problems into the future. And we need to implement these projects. You mentioned the fact that some of them are huge costs. For instance, the Eastern Corridor going to the north. This is a must-happen project, though it's close to $400 million. If you look around the Volta Lake, on the right, on the eastern side, on the western side, Greco really does not have transmission infrastructure there. So ECG and NETCO will have to take power, in some cases, over lower voltages, about 200 kilometers. It's like from here to Takrady, on 34 kV. By the time you get there, that voltage, you cannot use it to do anything. So you have friends in Salaga, for instance. It will be a luxury to be able to switch on a fan, let alone an air conditioner or a motor to drive machine for agro-business. You cannot do that now. So we really need to improve the reliability of power, the quality of power for industrialization, for our brothers and sisters over there to be able to use electricity. We boast of access of close to 90%. People see the electricity, they have access, they are in the statistics, but they cannot use it. And this is something that we need to do to improve upon the situation, going along the Volta region and then coming into the northern region towards Tamale through Salaga. So the cost is huge, but we must find money somehow to do it. It's very urgent. Anything to do. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
which includes the losses. Greenco has to
We'll
take
break
that
in
loss
for
component and pay
snack break.
VRA for it.
You can grab something and
So
sit back down and prepare. So we take the next set of presentations. So we break in for 10 minutes. Thank you.
to come and give us their presentation. Let's welcome them. Netco.
Collect that tariff, which automatically is by the ordinary cost. Which includes the losses. RICO has to take that loss component and pay VRA for it. So the RICO, which includes the losses. RICO has to take that loss component and pay VRA for it. So by the ordinary customer and ECD collects.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Hashim. I'm presenting this on behalf of NEDCO. The team of NEDCO, we are about 5 people here. We are 5. The managing director himself is here. That's the acting managing director, Engineer Yamwa. We have the acting director of finance, Felix, manager responsible for billing and revenue protection, Hilda, and Adam. He's the manager in the office of the managing director. Our presentation, we have about 8 main issues we'll go through quickly. We are looking at NEDCO as responsible for the distribution of electricity in the northern part of Ghana. We are fairly a small company compared to our big brother ECG. We have about 1.3 million customers and a customer density of 8 customers per square kilometer. Right. The statistics, we like talking about this because it informs some of the decisions and proposals that we make. NEDCO's customers, about 84% of them are residential customers who take 65% of the power, but contributes only 60% to revenue. The other class of customers are non-residential, who are about 16%, taking 27% of the power, but contributing 30%. We have very few SLTs, that's less than 100. They are less than 10%, 1%. They take about 8% of the power, but contribute 9% to our revenue. This shows that if we had more of these, our situation would have been better than it is now. Right, the current tariff structure is, as we know, made of BGC, that's the bulk generation tariff that goes to the generator, transmission service charge to the transmitter, and distribution service charge to the distribution company. We are saying that the distribution service charge component of the end user tariff, which customers pay, is quite low, which makes our operations challenging. So our proposal is for the distribution service charge to be increased. The rationale for this request is that we want tariffs that are cost reflective. We're also looking at the introduction of street light tariff, which we currently don't have. We are currently running the street lights with the energy sector levy, a portion of it, and it makes it very inadequate. What we get from it is just about 20% of the cost of providing power for the street lights and public lighting. We are also asking under this proposal that lifeline tariffs should be reconsidered, possibly discontinued. We're also looking at the possibility of discontinuing the philosophy of cross-subsidization. As we showed in our earlier slide, the number of SLT customers are very, very low and looking insignificant. So the intention that these customers will cross-subsidize other class of customers does not work for us. We're also looking at tariffs that will make us recover our investments and make the company financially sustainable. Looking at what we did since the last major tariff review in 2022, we were able to implement about, 6 plus 7, 13 projects which were contained in the last tariff review. The projects are as follows. We will not go through all of them. We'll just go through a few. We did the construction of Lamashegu Power Substation in Tamale. This is a project that is aimed at improving capacity and reliability in the Tamale metropolis because the demand for power in that metropolis is growing astronomically, which has affected power quality over the past few years. So we implemented this project, which at present is about 71% complete. We also did 100 kilometers of conductor upgrade. We procured some distribution materials. We started the construction or the processes of constructing a head office for NEDCO. Currently, we operate in about 5 different buildings in Tamale as head office. So this affects productivity and other operational challenges it comes with. We also did mass replacement of meters in the Tamale metropolis because this is an area that contributes much higher to our, a higher proportion of our losses. So the replacement of these meters is aimed at improving losses and collection in Tamale. This is the Lamasegu project. This is a sample of the prepayment meters we did in Tamale. And we also did this, the pre-press, stressed concrete poles. Because of bushfires, we started replacing some of our poles in the hinterlands with concrete poles instead of wooden poles to reduce the number of fire incidents that we encounter. We install capacitor banks at Bimbila. Bimbila is in the Eastern Corridor. Eastern Corridor is one of the biggest challenges that we have, or there is about the biggest challenge in terms of power quality. Like Grico said, this is an area that is sometimes it is even impossible to turn on your fan. So in the meantime, whilst we seek for a permanent solution in collaboration with Grico, we made some attempts to introduce some equipment in there to improve the power quality. This is one of them. Mr. Chairman, our proposal for increase in tariff is to support some projects in the future. This is a summary of these projects. We have about 11 projects which we have submitted to the PURC for consideration. And these projects are to enhance capacity, improve supply reliability, improve customer service and revenue collection, as well as loss reduction. There are some that come with other benefits, which were numerous that we could not have them in the table. So these are the projects, 11 of them, and the total cost of these projects is $418 or $419 million, which are to be executed over a 5-year period. Want to pick 2 of these and go through the nitty-gritties. We've done this analysis for each of these projects, but we'll go through just 2 of them. The energy metering enhancement project is aimed at procuring about 1.4 million meters over the period. And this, we estimate the cost to be at $126 million. And with these meters, we believe that customer satisfaction will be improved. It will help us reduce our losses by about 5% over the 5-year period that we are considering. And one of the challenges we have, which is the low collection rate, with prepayment meters, a significant portion of these numbers with prepayment meters, which will ensure that before you even consume, you are paying. That will improve our collection. German, another project which is significant is the Tamale RCC. This is called RCC because the project is located at just right behind the Regional Coordinating Council. It is also aimed at reducing technical losses through the replacement of overaged equipment. The estimated cost of this project is $13 million. We have done the analysis and seen that if we implement this project, the losses on the feeders that are affected will be reduced by about 28%. This is going to bring us a big relief in NEDCO because these losses contribute to the overall losses, which contributes to the high power purchase cost that we have. So we'll skip this. We want to improve our customer services by establishing more customer service centers across our operational areas. The key assumptions underlying this proposal are we estimate to to sell energy to the tune of 1,800 gigawatt hours, which we estimate will be growing 7% per annum over the MITO period. The benchmark losses that we use to do our analysis and proposal is 21%, which is the PURC benchmark. And we estimated the exchange rate at 16%, which will be subject to PURC's review. But this was what we used in doing our analysis. Chairman, and here we come with our proposal. We are proposing an increase of 174% from the current 0.56 cedis to 1.54 cedis per kilowatt hour. This would give us an average of about 31% per annum. If we get this approval in the first year, it means in the subsequent years, the annual increases will be 2.39%, 5.39%, 3.44%, 0.04%, and a reduction of 0.62% in the last year. We expect that with this tariff, the new tariff that we are proposing, it will have an impact on our performance. Our collection rates, we project will increase from 91% to 98%. Our stakeholder satisfaction, which is a survey we do with our customers and other stakeholders, currently we are being scored at about 84%. With all of these projects, we hope to get to 90%. Distribution losses will improve from 31% to 22%. And our SID, we'll pick one of them, the SID for urban areas, which is currently the number of hours. SID is the number of hours that the interruption takes for you to restore power. The SID currently at 103, we hope to push it to 35%. Then SIFI also urban at 40 number, that's the number of times that the power is interrupted, is currently at 40. We hope to have it to about 20 times if we get these, the tariff that we are proposing. Chairman, in conclusion, NEDCO is proposing that or recommending that the current lifeline tariff be discontinued. We are also recommending that a straight tariff be provided for residential customers so that there are no more in brackets. We also propose an introduction of street light tariff to make up or to help us recover the cost that is associated with providing public lighting. We propose a cost-reflective tariff that will cover our CAPEX, OPEX, and a return on investment. We also think that all classes of customers, it should be considered. Discrimination among customers because you are industrial or non-residential should be looked at again because the cost of producing that power is the same. Chairman, this brings us to the end of NEDCO's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, NEDCO. Next to present is the ACG. Let's welcome the ACG. The ACG. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so my name is Moses Oakley. I'm the General Manager for Financial Planning in ECG. And I'll be presenting on behalf of ECG, the Managing Director and the Board. Thank you. Okay, so I want to introduce our team that is here. We have Mr. Ebenezer Badin, the Acting Deputy Managing Director for Commercial Services. If you are here, good. We also have our Director of Finance. His name is Mr. Prince Chum. We also have Madam Sylvia Noshi. She's the Acting Director, New Business and Risk Management. We also have our Director of Communication, Mr. William Boatin. Next is Mr. Kalankra. He's the General Manager for Upstream Risk Management. Dr. Charlesni Ayiku is the General Manager for External Communications. And Mr. Edu Amankwa Checheku is here. He's also the General Manager for Energy Acquisition. And finally, we have Mrs. Gloria Ansakwa Mante. She's the Manager for Tariff. So that's the team that is here to present ECG's tariff. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, ECG's tariff will focus on the distribution service charge. This is the presentation outline. I will take you through the rationale for the tariff, the status of completed projects, our tariff assumptions, approved critical investment that the regulator has just done for us, and we will show our annual revenue requirements, and finally, ECG's tariff proposal. ECG is the electricity distributor in the southern distribution zone of Ghana. By this, we mean that ECG distributes power in 8 regions, political regions of Ghana, and these are Greater Accra, Western, Central, Eastern Ashanti, Volta, and Oti region. In terms of Ghana's population, ECG serves 73% of Ghana's population. And our active customer population is 4.87 million. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to emphasize the end user tariff that ECG collects from all customers. And why ECG is here, not with the end user tariff, but only a component of it, and that is the distribution service charge. So in this country, ECG is the face of electricity in Ghana. And that is so because all customers pay their electricity bills in the southern sector to ECG. However, the electricity price that customers pay has 3 components or 4 components. The first one is the generation tariff, and this includes fuel. The second one is the transmission tariff, and that's why Gridco came to do their presentation. The third one is the electricity distribution retail sales tariff. And it is this tariff, this portion of the tariff that when customers pay their electricity bill comes to ECG for the operation and maintenance of the electricity distribution and retail business. And therefore, I'm standing here to make a presentation on that aspect of the tariff, usually referred to as distribution service charge. As at the time we prepared this proposal, this DSC1 constitutes just about 11% of the end user tariff or the tariff customers pay. And so that tells you that whatever price you pay for electricity, only about 11% goes to ECG for the operations and maintenance of the distribution business. In September 2029, the regulator approved a new tariff for us. This tariff was 17.0429 Ghana pesos per kilowatt hours. And that tariff was just 5.7% of the existing tariff. Meanwhile, UCG requested for 39 pesos, but we got only 5.7%. And so the tariff that UCG has been operating with in the past 3 years has been woefully inadequate. And this opportunity we have to do another presentation or a review for our tariff is very important for us to ensure that our tariff is cost reflective. I want to also emphasize that the regulator has introduced automatic tariff adjustment in the past 3 years. But that has not helped our situation that much. In fact, in the past 3 years, through the automatic adjustment formula, UCG's tariff only increased by 11% as at December 2024. So our situation is such that the distribution service charge is simply inadequate. In fact, if you compare to industry standard, the DSC1 is always between 30 to 33%. In our case, it's around 11%. And that's why we are here. And you will hear that our percentage indeed is significant. Just to illustrate further on the DSC1, the graph on the screen, it shows the performance of the distribution service charge one. The light blue line, it shows the tariff that was approved for UCG for the past 5 years. So in 2018, it was 18.7. Then in July 2019, it was reduced significantly to below 16. And as you can see, it rose slightly. Even today, as we speak, the DSC1 has been reduced as of July 2025 to 17. In December 2024, it was 19. Today, it's 17. Meanwhile, macroeconomic factors which impact our tariff has not been that good. So the most significant is the depreciation of the cedi, which is represented by the light yellow line. You can see when the DSC1 is expressed in dollar terms and graphed, it shows that the tariff reduced or dipped throughout the 5-year period. And that is the situation of the DSC1. What it means is that the DSC1 in dollar terms has been eroded for the past 5 years, making it very difficult for UCG to maintain and operate the distribution network. Now, having said all of this, what is the rationale for UCG's tariff? So UCG's concern is the inadequacy of our tariff. And secondly, the projects that we have completed in the network in the past 3 years. We're asking the regulator to approve a rate of return, a return on those projects, so that we can continue to invest in the network and we can replace old and aged network. In the past 3 years, UCG invested $409 million in the network. That's completed projects with 422 million ongoing. And these projects are in reliability improvements, they are in technical loss and voltage improvements. And the last one is on commercial improvements. Okay, so I want to take you through some of the projects, the key ones that we have done. And I'll try and run it a bit fast. But UCG, as you may be aware, has 92 operational districts. So these projects are in all the operational districts. Now for reliability projects, We have completed substations in Bibiani, Dabuase, and Awaso. And what this means is that all the adjoining communities and the communities surrounding those areas will have improvement in their reliability of supply. The next slide is still on reliability. More substations, the Sewa substation, Tafo BSP was reconstructed, Takrade Port Switching Station, Obuase PSP, Pando Substation. So you can see that our projects are dotted all over our operational areas. Another category of projects we have completed in the last 3 years is the system automation project, SCADA and VIT projects. And this we have done in Eastern, Volta, Accra, regions, Tema, Ashanti, Western, and Central regions. We have also done a lot of technical loss reduction projects throughout our operational areas. I want to move a bit fast with the projects because my proposal itself is yet to come. One significant project we have done, and these are small or medium projects that we do across all our operational areas. In terms of low voltage network extensions, we have completed 1,858 of them. In terms of injections and upgrading of distribution transformers, we have done 347 in the past 3 years. And in terms of system improvement projects, we've done 1,345. The aim is to stabilize the voltage levels, enhance power quality, and reduce voltage drop within the network. Ladies and gentlemen, commercial projects are one key project we did in the past 3 years. Through our digital transformation, most of you here would have heard that ECG has gone cashless. What it means is that in ECG, you cannot pay for the service by way of cash. You have to go to ECG's mobile app. So with those digitization projects, we have improved the operations commercially of the company. I want to talk about these 2 other projects, which are very key. The loss reduction project. The loss reduction project is a project set up to deploy smart prepayment meters in all our operational areas. As at December 2024, ECG has deployed 1,078,000 prepayment meters for 1,078,000 prepayment meters just for the past 3 years. Now, the aim of this project is to enhance revenue collection, increase sales, and improve energy accounting. Because with smart prepayment meters, you pay to ECG before you consume. So that is very good for the sector. In fact, we have also standardized our wiring system and a couple of things. I'll show them in a picture and in the pictures below, and you will see them. Now, distribution, transformer, and boundary metering is another key project that ECG undertook. These projects help ECG to identify losses within our network so that we can focus strategies to improve or tackle the system losses. So this is very critical in the regions, on transformers, and in particular areas for us to reduce our losses. In fact, we've completed in 5 regions and 9 districts, and as we speak, a lot of the regions are ongoing. I've got 2 pictures, and the picture on the screen is basically the situation of our meters before the loss reduction project. Quite clearly, this is not good. Now, the next one is the new the new way of installing meters that we are doing under the loss reduction project. These are other pictures of some of the completed projects I've spoken about earlier. I'll just go through them quickly. And then we come to UCG's tariff assumptions. I think I want to emphasize that all the projects I have taken you through, the main reason is that, yes, we have done some of the projects. We have paid for some, but a significant number of them, we are yet to pay for them. And therefore, we need tariff, not just to pay for some of the projects, but also to undertake some of the critical projects the regulator has approved for us. So we will need your support when I get to our tariff proposal. In terms of our tariff assumptions, we assume 8% for inflation, WACC was 18.86, and our exchange rate for the 2025 to 2029 tariff was 10.384 to the dollar. So based on this, our energy sales was projected to grow at 6.9% yearly, and UCG's system loss, that's at 2024, 27%. For the next 5 years, it's projected that UCG will reduce the system loss by 1% year on year, and this is in line with the PIP we signed with SIGA and the Energy Commission. So based on these assumptions, these are the energy numbers projected to be purchased for the next 5 years, and these are the sales numbers. I mentioned that the regulator has approved critical short-term project for us, which was part of the tariff presentation today. Now, these are the projects that the regulator has approved for us, 607 million in the 3 broad category of projects. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is UCG's annual revenue requirement. Annual revenue requirement is the revenue that the utility requires to be able to meet its operations and maintenance. So in the case of UCG, this is basically our cost of service. And all we are requesting the regulator to do is to approve the cost of service for UCG. Operations cost is 2.5 billion and it increased to 3.3 billion. On an average, it's 2.9 billion in that order. I want to talk about return on rateable asset base and the depreciation. So all the projects I have shown, the depreciation and the return on the asset base is what is planned to be used to recover the cost of the investment. In total, the annual revenue requirement for UCG is 8.5 billion in 2025, and that increased to 9.6 billion. On average, it's just 9 billion. Now, if you put this alongside the energy that we plan to sell during the same period, the average tariff that UCG is requesting for is 61 pesos per kilowatt hour. And when you grant us this tariff, these are the expected benefits that UCG has planned for the next 5 years. So we are saying that the SIDE will reduce by 41% from 32.5 to 19.2 hours by 2019. SIFI is also expected to reduce by 44%. And by the projects that were approved for us, we plan to deploy 3 million meters in the next 3 years. In terms of financial growth, sales is projected to increase by 18% with an annual growth rate of 8%. One key improvement that the company has planned is the increase in revenue collection. In 2024, revenue collection was 87%. The company planned to increase by 2% year on year for the next 5 years. And so, ladies and gentlemen, finally, GCG proposed that the DSC1 is increased from 19 pesos to 61 pesos, and this is an increase of 225%. I have other proposals for you. So, as part of the proposal, ECG has also proposed that the tariff band in some of the bands should be collapsed. So if you take a particular note at the end user tariff, there are 3 bands in the residential tariff. We are requesting the regulator to reduce that to just 2, to keep the lifeline tariff and just 1 additional one. This has revenue implications for not only ECG, but the whole sector. My colleague has talked about public lighting tariff. Today, or let me just be specific, in 2024, the public lighting levy set aside to cover the cost of public lighting is only covering 28% of ECG's cost of public lighting. And for that reason, we are requesting the regulator to approve a tariff for public lighting, so that whatever is consumed by public lighting will be able to bill it. The next is cost of service. As part of the tariff customers pay, there is a line for cost of service. We are requesting the regulator to increase the service charge and allocate that to the disco, because ECG's equipment, particularly the meters, are overaged, and we are having to spend a lot of money to change them, because we need to change them now. Otherwise, revenue leakages will become a big problem for everybody. Currently, we have the PURC exchange rate as an exchange rate for all tariff dealings, and this has become a challenge for ECG. What it means is that if the rate changes, then there is a debt piling up at the side of ECG. So we are requesting the regulator to adopt the Bank of Ghana exchange rate as the exchange rate for all tariff determinations. In all my presentation, I talk about the DSC1, but ECG, as I said earlier, is at the end of the electricity value chain. So generation transmission ends with us, and we collect their money and pay it to them. And so where there is a cost that is not passing through the tariff, it ends on the books of ECG. One of them is the liquid fuel. The tariff adopts a weighted average cost of gas. The challenge we face is that where under emergency or other conditions we have to buy liquid fuel, or we have to generate with liquid fuel, the price of liquid fuel is more than the gas. And for that matter, the tariff for generation will not be passing through the tariff. So we are asking the regulator to adopt a weighted average cost of fuel rather than weighted average cost of gas, so that liquid fuel will be part of the pricing model. Reserve margin is yet another generation under recovery that ECG encounters. So as part of the tariff methodology, there must be a reserve margin. But not all this reserve margin is passing through the tariff. What it means is that UCG will receive the bills, and that cost is not in the tariff, and for that are not going to be paid by anybody in the value chain. The last one, which is very similar, is the generation cost in total. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you take our books of accounts, you will realize that the generation cost alone and the sales, UCG is into loss. In other words, the generation cost of UCG is even higher than the sales that we make. All we are requesting the regulator to do is to ensure that the generation cost is a pass-through cost in full. In conclusion, UCG is requesting for UCG is requesting for 225% in tariff, specifically the DSC 1, to support the deployment of smart metering technology, which is working for us. Secondly, we are requesting the regulator to approve our tariff so that we can enhance customer service delivery and also ensure UCG can continue to provide reliable and quality electricity for Ghana. I'm sure all of you will agree with me that in the past 2 or 3 months, the electricity in the southern sector has been fairly stable. This is the rainy season, but we have not been witnessing the kind of shortfalls that we used to have in the past. And finally, we want to maintain the financial stability of the company. So, Mr. Regulator, please approve our tariff of 225%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ECG. Madam Chair, we'll take a presentation from EPC before we start the discussion. So let's invite Enclave Power to come and present. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthew Sedor Kate. I'm the General Manager for General Operations and the Deputy MD, Enclave Power Company. So I'll take you through our tariff proposal shortly. I have 5 main areas to look at. I'll take you through a brief introduction of our company, our approved projects that was submitted to the Commission between the period 2022 to 2025. I'll look at the impact of those approved projects in terms of key performance indicators. And then we'll look at projects that we are looking at to undertake for the period under review. And then also development projects that we brought to the Commission's attention and approved for us in the current tariff proposal. And then we'll finalize that on our proposed tariff. I'm here with my team from Enclave Power Company, the accountants, Mandela Nani, and then also EPC accountant, Ernest Kwanzaa, George Gati, the customer service relation, and then Rogbe Henry, system planning engineer. So Enclave Power is the only private licensed distribution company, and then we do public business. We are in Tema, 2 locations in the eastern part of Ghana. Tema, we have an area or an allocation or concession in the free zones on a land size of 840 acres, and also on the Aflau stretch, precisely Dawa, on a land acre of 2,000 acres. Our network has an approximately 40 kilometers of distribution network. Our customers are largely SLT, which is that we only deal with industries. We operate at 11 kilovolts and 34.5 kilovolts. So we don't have domestic customers in our operations. So projects that were approved by the commission from 2022 to 2025, we had these projects. We did an expansion of a 5.2 kilometer, 33.4 distribution network in Dawa. And then we also completed 3 auto closer stations under this distribution network in Dawa. Then we also did some upgrade in Tema. We improved the 11.5 network in Tema, and then on our 2 feeders in Tema. All these were to expand the network and avoid congestion in Tema and to improve on the voltage levels. So what did these projects do to us? In 2022, in fact, our customer population was 140 industrial customers. As we speak in 2025, we have gone up to almost 200 customers in Tema. We expect that the numbers will grow to 250. We are expecting our demand to also grow. So for our 2 substations, we are looking at a cumulative demand growth up to 93.2 megawatts. That is for both locations, Tema and Dawa. Energy purchases, which is our main business, buy energy from VRA. In 2022, our energy that we purchased was 232 gigawatt hours. As at now, 2025, we are expected to purchase 362 gigawatt hours. And then by 2026, we expect that to inch up to 368 gigawatt hours. So the project that we undertook, in fact, these were mainly done to improve the losses. So at 2022, when we came for the proposal, our loss benchmark was 3% regulated by the commission. But at the time, we were doing 1.15. And then as you can see flatly on the graph, you see that we were able to maintain the losses up to averagely just below 0.5%. In fact, in 2024, we did 0.6. And currently our benchmark from the commission is to do 2% based on the size of our network. And we intend to stay with the commission to meet that target. And then also, it really improved our system reliability. And what we have in 2021, as you can see, we have both SIDI and KIDI. These are just outage interruption times. I won't bother you too much with the details of it. But these are hours of interruption for both the customer and also for the network. So you can see that we have really done in 2022 when we came, we're doing 2.2 hours. That is for SIDI. And then for KIDI, we did 5.1 hours for the whole year. In 2025, currently we are doing 6 hours For KID for the whole year, and side we are doing 0.85. In fact, I must say that we do this in collaboration with NETCO as well to plan all these outages and to ensure that the system interruption is minimized as much as possible. For losses, in 2021, SIDE was 20, SIFI was 9, and the total losses, as you can see summarized here, is 1.15. 2024, we're doing 1.33 SIDE, 0.81 SIFI. By 2030, which is our proposal, we intend to do SIDE of 10 hours for the whole year. And this KID and SIFI for 6 for the whole year. And they are expected to do a loss level of 2% maximum. Projects that were undertook, which we could not complete under the approved tariff, but we did some of them. We are carrying on the phase 2 of what we are calling the telemetering, where we want the customers to really have real-time access to the energy consumption, which is key for them. We've rolled out the infrastructure already, and we are currently trying to onboard the customers to have real-time access to their energy consumption. And that's what we are calling the phase 2, which we intend to do under the year under review. And then we are also expanding our network in Dawa, because Dawa is now getting populated. Tema is almost full, there's no land space. And so we are expanding the distribution network in Dawa, and we intend to do 9.8 kilometers of double circuits, twin tower distribution network, just to feed the industries. We are looking at steel companies and heavy industrial companies in Dawa. Then in Tema, there's still congestion in Tema, the land space and the spatial development are some few issues. And so that really affected the nature of our network. And so we intend to handle the congestion by putting up a switching station somewhere in the middle of our land space. And this is expected to manage the congestion on the network. And then we intend to also upgrade our substation in Tema. Currently, if we have a load transfer onto one of the transformers, the total load in Tema will not be able to be fed by that transformer. So we intend to upgrade our 33 MVA to 66 MVA transformer in Tema. So these are projects that also have been submitted to a commission, and we are glad to say the commission approved, among other projects, these two for us under the year review. Our proposed tariff. So what are the assumptions for our tariff? Of course, we are a private company. We don't have grants. We don't have subsidies from anywhere. We fully rely on our DSC1, and so we are expecting a full cost recovery. We are also looking at supporting the infrastructure we have to help industrial growth. And we are looking at also improving our customer reliability. We are also expected to really improve the system to be able to feed most of the critical loads and factories we have in Tema, especially, and also to build a very robust distribution network for production. We intend to maintain our uptime on our feeders. In fact, this time we're not doing the cumulative, as I showed you earlier on the indices, but we'll do a feeder by feeder uptime, and we intend to stay about 99%. It's a target for us on each feeder. Like I mentioned already, both distribution and commercial loss are trying to maintain the 2% benchmark. For customer response, which is key, we are looking at customer complaints to be able to be handled if some commercial matters by Georgette and the team within 24 hours. That should be sorted out. If it's a technical issue, we don't expect that to go above 1 hour. New service delivery. That is, if we want to put up new customers onto our network, immediately you pay 5 working days, we should be able to get you connected onto our network. If it's a new line extension that you want, then we expect that within 10 working days, we should be able to erect the power connection for you. And we're also looking at maintaining the voltage levels on the network, no more than 5%. So mainly our work is just energy purchases and sale. So we buy from VRA, and then we distribute and we collect money from the customers. Straightforward. So in 2025, we are looking at purchasing 374 gigawatt hours of energy from VRA, mainly from the thermal power source. And as we heard from VRA, we are the highest customer in terms of their cost line. And by 2030, we are expecting that our growth will increase to 638 gigawatt hours. We don't purchase any power from any IPPs. We intend to augment a chunk of that power, which is thermal, by incorporating some solar into our mix. Currently, we are getting 24 gigawatt hours, and we intend to increase that to 165 gigawatt hours by the year 165 gigawatt hours by the year 2030. So these are the cumulative total energy that we expect to purchase over the period. And what is the cost associated with this in terms of our distribution? So these are the cost breakdowns in terms of the cost for our DSC1, and these are the breakdowns. It will increase. Currently, from 2025, we expect that 47% is how much we get it. And by the year 2030, we expect that to go up by 68 Ghana pesos. So with that, we found a weighted average on our costs from 2025 to 2030. And our weighted average cost of that is 57 Ghana pesos from the current PRC approved 21.62, and that is expected to increase our DSC1 by 163%. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Enclave Power. Once again, we are live on Facebook, on X, and on YouTube at PURC Ghana. Now, we're going to open the floor for questions, comments, and suggestions. So, if you have a question, we'll get you the mic, and then you go ahead. You mention your name and where you're coming from for everyone to know. So, okay, Ejakojo.
Medase, Messan Katri Dibio, no man hamo. May bisa bibi kakrefi yisiji phone chain, Madam Roma. And Penisa Unmuyaria, Unyan Wedru. Adiaba kwa yisiji for takapa, and they say, I'm for taye illegal connections. Ayini. A woman na yisiji for maba, say Mubabe ye operation. Said the Baya woman ye illegal connection in an umbubi and we free ye. Majimusika. Mobe Satia, Mobo Deura. Mo ya ye who back women me and Sabi. And which you who be a view. Some ye a ye, sign ye nim. And he said, a cobase be uncle some moto, BBC, Nasamo Sambe, Kansas, some nature. Dear Bisa say, Nadiamu ye did the Cabesin Acon. If I saw Ben the Basso, a ye na, Mosampe be a cajon. Anna, anye ye, and I'm over for Frana. A one much mukakra. I feel no chin so. Why I bet Bob say, yes, some meter. Through the presentation, the penny can say, Upessamudi meter about 3 million meter a deba. Mimi fee, Yasisa meter ben prensa. By a fintem.
Nti mebisa sɛ meter na mode ba no nye na ya enye na wo mode bre sɛ yenye. Ana sɛ obi na ye bibi obabi a ya etuo ye nim. So one penny so a na no so anya asɛm. Nti sanse mie na hu ya mepa madaro ma botumi a kyerɛkyerɛ mu a akameda mo ase.
That's it. The floor is still open.
Yes, I just want to make some reference to a presentation by NETCO and also the ECG. In the NETCO presentation, they did indicate, and I saw it in their, maybe the reasons for increase in tariffs that they are requesting for. They did indicate that they want to use some of the monies to build their offices and head offices and other office for themselves. And I was just wondering whether the IGF that they generate, whether that could not be the good, maybe a better reason for asking that tariff should be increased, not only for the purpose of improving upon their infrastructure for power generation, but rather to go into things such as putting up offices. My next concern also has to do with when I look at the revenues and then their variable costs. There was a slide which indicated their revenues as against their variable cost. You could see that it is so close. Meaning their variable costs are chasing up their revenues. I'm just wondering where their fixed costs would be if indeed their variable cost alone is virtually at the tail of their revenues. And they also indicate that introduction of street lights. I thought that, and that goes for the ECG as well. I thought that all consumers, as you speak, those pay for street lights, and yet our streets are terribly dark all the time. So what do they mean by introduction of street lights? I thought it is part and parcel of bills that consumers do pay currently. So what are we introducing again? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's one behind.
So RICO has to collect that tariff, which automatically is paid by the ordinary customer.
My name is Isaac Ofieje, joining. For the procurement of fuel. Between 2025 and 2030, is ECG seeing itself as the entity that will buy fuel for the independent power producers, and why we need to pay for the weighted average cost of fuel and not gas? My second question is, I'm looking at your entire document that you presented to PRC, and your forex losses have reduced from 4.8 billion in 2022 to 1.2 in 2023, and 2024 is 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. I saw you boldly quoted 10.23 exchange rate, dollar to cedi, and an 8% inflation rate. How confident are you that you can work within these benchmarks that you have given? And if we see any sort of fluctuations, how is it going to affect you? Are you going to come back to us to request for more? Thank you.
which includes the losses, GRICO has to take that loss component and pay VRA for it.
Yeah.
So
my name again is Michael Kragafo. It appears to me that this time around, ECG and NEDCO have ganged up together against the consumers. 4 years ago, the lifeline was between 0 to 50 kilowatts per hour. That was the lifeline. NEDCO proposed that it should be changed. But in the wisdom of PURC, they decided to make it between 0 to 30 kilowatts per hour. Now, NEDCO has come back to say that it should be scrapped or collapsed. And ECG is also saying that that ban should be collapsed. Say it should be collapsed. You don't want, briefing space for, excuse me to say, those who are, I don't want to use the word poor, the underprivileged in the society who has to enjoy some form of electricity. You want that one to collapse. Then this time around, the two have come together again to say that they are proposing a levy for street lighting. I'm sure you are very much aware that the levy that we pay, or the electricity end user tariff that we pay, portion of it goes into street lighting. So why this proposal again? Then on the issue of system losses, I noticed that NEDCO really has done it well, because currently the benchmark is around 21.20. Yeah, it's around 21, even though they are still in the range of beyond 27. But they try as much as they can to reduce their system loss from 31.35% to 27.13%, as against ECG's own of 28.41% to 27.05%. ECG, going forward, what assurance are you giving to the industry? I'm not talking about, I don't want to even restrict myself to consumers, but the industry, that this benchmark that PURC has given, 21%, you will do everything possible to go down. You also propose that in the next 5 years, you are going to invest in several areas amounting to 1.6 billion US dollars. Assuming this 225 percentage increment that you are looking for, that $1.6 billion, a portion of it has to come from your tariff proposal. So if this is not granted, how are you going to make sure that you execute some of the projects you outlined? Thank you.
That's a quick one to ECG, because the last person who asked a question asked how you're going to reduce your system losses. Well, mine is that since you're talking about standards, you start by saying, oh, the acceptable standards when it comes to service charge is over 30%. Now, in Ghana, PURC gave you 21.4%. You did not achieve that. 2024, you've told us it's at 27%. Globally, it's less than 21%. How about we stick to standards and say that since you've not been able to achieve the standards, we would increase your service charge by the global standards, which is less than 20%. How about that, ECG? That's the question I want to have you answer for me. Thank you.
The floor is still open.
Just for the sake of clarification, my colleague asked a few questions, but I want something clarified. One, NETCO, your operational area is an area that usually considered an area where a lot of poor people are, the disadvantaged. Why are you requesting for the elimination of cross-subsidization and lifeline tariffs? Have you considered your customers in making this recommendation? And maybe for clarification again, ECG, the 27%, can you break it down? Are you talking about commercial losses, technical losses? And what's the plan going forward? Because you're looking at 1% yearly. What would you do that will lead to the 1% reduction yearly? Why can't you do more? So just for clarification.
Thank you. We'll now invite ECG to join me and then respond to the
So
questions.
RICO has to collect that tariff, which automatically is paid by the ordinary customer.
ECG.
Good afternoon, commissioners and friends in the media, utilities. We've taken note of the questions that have been put forward, and you could see we're conferring to provide the answers. Now, let me start with illegal connection. The question here is, why occasionally do soups come over and then now we go back, we don't tell them, give feedback to customers, or we don't also share the impact of such exercises. In fact, what we do is that illegal connection or checking illegal connection is a daily activity for us. Now, the loss control units in the districts are supposed to be doing this exercise. But we realize that sometimes familiarity brings problems for us. So occasionally we deploy people. Now we have different groups going around checking illegal connections and all that. In fact, the last exercise, which is ongoing in Dansuman, it's we have women in engineering, another group in ECG that is going around checking meters and all. Now, this is done in collaboration with the districts and the regional offices. So it's not like we go to sleep and then we come back and then we do soups and all that. And there are serious recoveries that are being made from illegal, these exercises. All these recoveries go back to Kushina operations to make sure that we're able to pay. I mean, if you look at the track record this year, payments have been more than before. So these are some of the things. Now, changes in meters. Technology keeps changing. A while ago, we were doing units. So you go, you put 100 cities and they say it gives you X units or Y units. Today, we put money on the system and then now it bills accordingly. As technology is changing, we need to also follow suit. You go in, sometimes customers have used various arrangements to tamper our meters, to enter our systems and all that. Now take the example of a YAM phone and a complex phone. Now today, AI, you are there and it says you have arrived and you don't know that even your phone is tracking you. So new systems come and we need to find ways of going ahead of the customer, going ahead of those who are stealing from us to be able to track and then arrest illegal connection. So that's how come you see a lot of these meters being overhauled. Sometimes we replace them. Ordinarily by 8 years, we need to replace these meters. So this exercise, we will have to work with customers to make sure that at least we get the revenues that the PURC has given to us, approved as part of the tariff, and recoveries are made. Now, this goes or it has a direct link with system losses. Because there's been a lot of questions on system losses. Why is it growing, and why are we not doing as our sister companies are doing? Now, ECG's area, we serve the biggest population in Ghana. And always we have to be chasing customers. The extent of networks we have are way more than all the distribution companies. We control over 75% of total electricity supply in this country. So the exercise is more in southern Ghana, and always we must be ahead of the customer, tracking, following the networks, making sure that people are not stealing from us and customers are behaving properly, at least as per the terms that we have with them. So I'll take time to break down the 27%. Technical losses is 9.5%. And then non-technical is the 17.5%. Now, between the two of them, all interventions you do require money to succeed. So you talk about technical losses when you inject more transformers, when you shorten the length of lines and all that, then now you are reducing technical losses on the system. Now, commercial losses, as you are providing this prepayment metering, as you are monitoring the meters, checking whether customers are buying or not. Now, today, payments are all done through the Power App. So as you are checking on the Power App, systems are popping up, customers' names are popping up, and we need to go on the field to go and check whether these customers are doing the right thing or not. So these are some of the issues that come up. The more you digitize and all that, you also must complement that with field work and massive monitoring to be able to realize your revenues. Then there's a question on why are we not achieving the benchmark? Now, for every benchmark that is set, it goes with some revenues. So the regulator approves some revenues, and you have to use that, invest, and then make sure you are checking losses. Now, at some point, we are seeing that our revenues are not keeping pace with the extent of work we are supposed to do. So hence, you see, today we are focusing more on the distribution service charge. It has shrunk to a level that sometimes you cannot even see it. The distribution service charge one, it used to be one whole DSC, and then now it was split into two, getting to PDS regime. Now we came back, and then the DSC1, DSC2, which was initially all for this ECG, now has been split into two. The bigger portion goes out to generation. So DSC1 now stays alone with ECG, and ECG has to work with that. Now, hence the need for sort of a rebasing of the DSC, the distribution service charge. Now, if that is rebased properly, then you will see that the changes or adjustments will not be much. Now, there was a question that looks at FX losses and all that. I want to tie that with the distribution service charge. So you talk about 4.8 billion, and then FX losses dropped to 1.2. Now, all these changes that occur are worked out in the automatic tariff adjustment, because macroeconomic variables are supposed to be captured in the quarterly adjustments that occur. So when you take such changes, all the projections we've made, this is a multi-year order that starts from 2026 to 2030. But within the period, there will be minor adjustments that will capture, for example, variations in dispatch instructions, the type of changes in fuel use, and then also macroeconomic variables, inflation, exchange rates. So all these are captured in the minor adjustments that occur. But this is a major tariff order, so we need to look at new issues that have occurred projects that have been completed, which were financed by loans. Most of these projects were financed by suppliers' credit and debt. So we now have to pay for it. But the tariff is structured such that when you borrow to invest, and then now once the equipment comes into service or the project is completed and commissioned, then you can earn tariff on it. Now, if you don't commission the equipment, or if the project doesn't serve the customer, you don't earn any tariff on it. Hence today's engagement. So we are trying to say that we have borrowed to finance projects, and today we have those projects in service. But we need tariff to be able to pay for those projects and then plan for new ones. There was a question on IGF, that we rather focus on IGF. Now, internally generated funds, if the project, you use a loan to finance it and it's not captured in the tariff, then you don't even make any money to pay for it. So as we go forward, IGF now will go to pay for the debts that we have incurred, and then finance a return or secure a return that will help us replace the asset or a transformer when it's at its end of the life.
Thank you. So I want to take the rest of the questions. So currently, the Energy Sector Levies Act provides for a 3% public lighting levy, which is on top of the electricity all customers consume. Now, this levy, only 50% of it comes to ECG or the discos to cover the cost of electricity consumed by public lighting. The remaining 50% is paid to Ministry of Energy. The challenge the discos are facing is that in the case of ECG, this 50% of the public lighting levy covers only 28% of the cost of providing electricity for public lighting. And for that reason, we are requesting a tariff so we can recover the full cost of public lighting. This question on lifeline customers, in fact, ECG is not requesting that lifeline category in the tariff band should be scrapped. What we are asking the regulator to do is that there are 3 currently in the residential band. One of them is lifeline. We are only requesting the regulator to keep the lifeline and 1 other band and no more 3 bands. Thank you.
Yes, please give your clarification.
Yes, I don't think I am very satisfied with the answer that you gave. What I said was that yes, you might have borrowed to purchase equipment. Yes, lay the power for free. Yes, you have been making profits. You have not been making any. You have not made losses in your books over time. So my question is that if you are going to ask for increase in tariffs to expand your your infrastructure or your things that will make you generate more money, that would be understandable. But you are rather thinking of putting up your offices, maybe perhaps cozy offices and other offices. So I'm just wondering why are you asking me a consumer to be putting up offices for you. Why won't you? It's part of your profits for your IGF to do that. And then the other question I asked was that if you look at the revenue and then the how you call it variable cost, I don't know how come that you have the variable cost so high, and there was no provision for fiscals, which I know that every activity there would definitely be a fixed cost and then the variable cost. But I didn't see any fixed cost in those days. And again, and then I asked also about the street lights that currently consumers pay for street lights in their bills. But the gentleman explained that it is only how many percent? 50% comes to you for, but and that covers about how many percent of the street lights? 28%.
Yes.
But I can tell you, if you look at Accra, perhaps the less that you see on our streets maybe will be 1%. You drive on the roads, all the streets are dark, so it may not be even up to what you are using. The little that you have doesn't go into the provision of the street lights. It's far less than because look, I drive with Accra in the night. The streets are pitch dark. So on what basis are you asking us to keep on increasing the street lighting, whatever? So you keep on, so you let us have dark, I'm sure our streets should be dark still. I have realized that whenever roads are constructed, streets are up. The next after a few weeks or so, and then they all go down, and nobody cares about them again. How do you explain that?
So I'll start from the street lights. Now, ECG is not responsible for providing street lights. It's an activity for the Ministry of Energy. What we do is we look at the ceremonial streets, maintain those lights that are there, and then now the levy that we have here is for the energy consumption component of lighting. Now, there is a public lighting policy that is supposed to look at district assemblies providing street lights. So the infrastructure we don't provide, but it's our electricity or the energy that we have to recover. Now, what we have in this proposal here is that a number of them, or the lights, we've added on a number of them. Now, the energy, we are not able to recover the cost of that energy. Remember, there's a generation component in it, there's a transmission component in it, and there's a distribution component in it. It has to be shared across the value chain. Now, the next one has to do with the relationship between fixed cost and variable cost. Now, in the electricity industry, kilowatt hour against kilowatt. The vehicle is there. Until you put fuel in it and the vehicle moves, then you have now incurred an activity or done an activity. It happens in the same way as the electricity industry. It's not enough to say, I've bought the car. Until the car has moved, you've not provided any service. So that's how pricing is done in the electricity industry. All fixed costs are expressed in variable costs. So kilowatt hour, that's why we have cost per kilowatt hour shown here. Now, if you are going to look at fixed charges and all that, then you are talking about the demand charge. And that's not how the pricing system is done. So all the things we put in place, let's say the power plants, the distribution networks and all that, are priced in kilowatt hour terms, as if there should be energy flowing through before a customer pays for it. Now, the other question you asked on why don't we use the IGF and that we are making profits? But I don't remember the last time we made profits. Yes. Well, because we always go retrospective. You borrow and then you come and make a case. When the projects are visibly on the ground and are delivering a service to customers, then now you can now ask for its inclusion in the tariff. So that's the structure. I'll talk about the question on fuel. Said procurement of fuel. Why is ECG procuring fuel? So all the revenues that are collected, we pay about, let's say, 65 to 70% to power producers. We pay transmission component. Then about 11% comes to ECG. Now, in the 65% should be fuel. So what government of Ghana had done was to say, okay, ECG set aside this amount and then apply it to fuel. So you hear, we say today VRA is procuring the fuel, but it's coming from the cash waterfall. So it's the same ECG collections that a portion will be set aside, paid to VRA to procure fuel. So it's the same mechanism. The source is from the ECG revenue pot. I believe that's it. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. I have a, yes, sorry, it's Annie. So I don't know. I'm sort of joining these concerns.
So
Mine has to do with a recent report we dealt with regarding ECG, and that is the
which includes the
investigation of
losses.
the Company of
RICO
Ghana
has to take that loss component
container
and
holder by
pay.
support and the related procurement issues. You reported of a 9.5% loss, technical losses out of the total loss. So, I mean, going through the report, I know it's an investigation, so you probably can't comment much on it, but going through the report, some of the issues have been commented on it, so it's official. You've had the current minority leader make statements like the culture he met at ECG. So it all boils down to ECG being able to justify tariff increment to the consumer because some of the issues have been made public, it has been consumed, it is believed, because even officials, and I know you probably sometimes have political interference, so there's a challenge there. However, you are here today defending your case, and the politicians are not here. So there should be some good explanation to some of these technical losses, because some are alarming. We saw some on TV. We are not the judges, so we can't really conclude on them, but it's in sight. So it's just evidence in sight. You can comment on them. So let's understand how these exposés can justify your request for tariff increments. Thank you.
Okay, so it appears that you answered the question yourself. So there's an investigation, so I have a big limitation in discussing it extensively. But what I want to assure customers or even the media is that our materials are being cleared to site. Now, most of them are meant for projects or works, and now they are being deployed to go and then
ordinary
complete those works, get
customer
them
and
finished
ECG
for
collects.
customers to see the benefits. As for the
And then they
investigations and the
disappear.
stories around it,
So RICO has to collect that tariff,
I want
which
to assure,
automatically is.
I mean, as we are seeing supply reliability improving. A while ago, we went through a rainy season, it was tough, but you could see that even the lights were still on. Gone were those days where when the winds start blowing, you see the power going off and all that. We think that we should be able to improve on that. And this assurance we want to give to our customers. Okay, so in terms of procurement, there were issues bordering procurement, governance, and all that. Today, we are working with the Public Procurement Authority. All our projects go through first the Ministry of Energy, it goes through PURC for approval before we go to PPA for clearance. So we have about 3-4 layers before even we get approvals for projects, whether it's emergency or normal projects or annual budgets and all that. Our budgets today will have to be approved by the PURC before we even can implement. Now, these are some of the strict and tight measures that have been put in place to check some of what you have heard in the public domain. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So, Netco, that's a quick one. Good afternoon once again. Just two of the questions that we want to pick. One relates to offices. The offices that we have, or official spaces that we have in our submission are two. One is head office building, and the other is service centers. I think the service centers are about 60. The service centers, the cost of it is $20 million, which represents just 5% of our total capex that we have submitted. The head office building too is 12 million, which represents 3%. So considering the two at 8% of our total submission, the PURC has considered the merits of these projects and approved them for consideration. As I said in my presentation, NETCO currently operates from 4 different locations, or I think 5 different locations in Tamale as head office. Only one of these is owned by NETCO. The remaining are all rented premises. So considering the cost associated with this and the productivity and supervisory issues that are associated with this arrangement, we made justification and it was considered and approved. On NETCO customers not being too wealthy and we asking for the scrapping of the lifeline, I think it's a genuine concern, but the issue or the theory behind these, the current structure of tariff, the cross-subsidization, is that you have very good customers, especially industrial customers, who pay good money to cross-subsidize these low-consuming customers. Unfortunately, that is not the situation in NETCO. Therefore, we are exposed both ends. You are giving this for the low consuming customers. You don't get what you are expected to get from the high consuming customers. So that is why we are proposing this, but we know PURC would look at this objectively and see what works for the system and approve that. High variable costs. As you know, NETCO operates or covers about 64% of the land area of Ghana, which means every day one vehicle is going to this place or the other. You have to have more hands. If you cannot have them as your staff, you engage contractors and other service providers to help you run the system. That comes with very high or significant cost. That is why you see our variable cost that's significant. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're breaking and we're going to go for lunch and then come back and take Ghana water and then Ghana gas. So it's a packed lunch. So you see better right at the exit and then you pick.
your team that will make it as smooth as possible. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. There's one of us. Okay, good afternoon, yes. My name is Mike. I'm from Ghana Water Company. I'm the manager of the planning monitoring foundation. Here with my deputy managing director, that's Michael Pettigate. I'm also here with Mr. Salimate, the manager for education, Mr. Ivan Sakut, the chief manager for water government services, Mr. William Paku is the manager commercial services, Mr. Christopher Boka, the manager facilities. Last but not least, Lovell is an officer for corporate. Greetings from our director, Honorable Adam. We wish to be here. Friends from the media. So I'm doing this presentation on behalf of the for our tariff year 2025 to 2030. This is how the institution is going to be like. Our current situation, initiative is immediately the last rationale for tariff proposal. Is which are very revenue requirements. So this is brief outlook of Ghana. We operate in all the food and between Ghana and other bigger villages. Currently we operate 86 out of our 90 systems. The system department, 15 operational with very technology. That is how Ghana can be divided not qualified because we have 103 operational suites, 3 specialized suites, 2 subsidiaries, about 5,900 staff, close to 1 million customers. We have over 320 million gallons of water produced a year, and we have over 13,000 kilometers of transmission and distribution lines combined. And currently, all these figures is at the end of 2024, being our reference year. Currently, our non-revenue water stands at 52%. That is for the year ending 2024. Our vision is to become the world-class utility, and we are committed to meeting the increasing demand for better service delivery through the efficient management of our core business of water production, distribution, and customer management. So please note, the tariff proposal we are coming to give, or we are asking for, is to cover all the 3 areas of production, transmission, and distribution. It is not in parts, so it's a full tariff. So the initiative since the last tariff, mainly production and distribution improvement works. Production improvement works. Since the last tariff, Ghana Water Company was able to spend about 447 million, 1.5 million, that is 447 million Ghana cedis, 1.5 million USD and 8.5 million euros for various activities, including replacement of soft starters, installation and rehabilitation of pumps, refurbishment of high lift pumps, replacement of transformers and switch gears, provision of maintenance on dredges, supply and installation of AVRs, installation of chemical dosing pumps and stirrers, dredging of dams, replacement of clarifier bridge fields, and repair of SCADA systems. So the items that I spoke about, these are the evidence of them. The soft starters I'm talking about is at Wager Old Works, variable frequency drives at Barikesi, transformers at Dabuasi. The pump set we talk about are new intake at Wager, the dosing equipment at Eastern Region, the actuator valves that has been installed in Kwebe water treatment plant. And when we come to the distribution improvement networks, Ghana Water Company spent 82 million for 394 kilometers of pipeline extension and improvement. And then we are currently spending another 138.5 million on, 169 million on 138 kilometers of pipeline that is ongoing, yet to be completed. So these are the pipelines we are talking about, the replacement pipelines we're talking about. This is a transmission line, 222 meters long on the Kmon corridor. This is the replacement of the AC, that is asbestos cement pipes, which are very dangerous now that we have to replace all of them in our system, but we have a lot more to replace. And of course, the main extensions that we are doing to get water to all unserved areas as far as possible, using the current type of pipes, such as HDPE pipes. Now, ongoing system optimization works. So at the moment, Upper West region, for instance, we have this SCADA system that is down and it's not helping us when it comes to the management of our pressures and distribution lines. But this is being restored with an amount of 1.4 million USD. It's a grant that we received in doing this. Then we have the implementation of a cutting-edge technology for water treatment, including automated sampling and online analysis to monitor key parameters such as pH, chlorine, and chloride stability, all amounting to about 0.93 million USD, but that is IGF, not donor funded, in Greater Accra region. Then we have the Ashanti region. We're spending 10.42 million USD to create DMAs, that is to help us to manage our pressures and control losses, that is fiscal losses. Then we are also installing smart meters. The amount is about 10 million USD. It's also a grant to cover Greater Accra areas. Some district, the region we refer to is Accra West. That is Dansuma and its environs. Then we have another 20 million USD. Of course, this is a grant. 20 million USD. This is also donor funded to do non-revenue water reduction work also in Greater Accra region by creating district metered areas where we intend tracking and then reducing water losses. So, in summary, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana Water Company, out of 38 projects that we have been asked to do during the tariff period 2022, We were able to complete 22 of them, 8 of them ongoing, and we are yet to start working on 8. The amounts are in various currencies. The first column is in Ghana cedis, the second column is in USD, and the third column is in euros. So why are we here asking for tariff adjustment? We have just 3 main reasons, ladies and gentlemen. First one is that the current tariff is inadequate to help us continue our business as we are doing at the moment. The second issue is that the loans and the grants and the donor funds that came in that we all saw, government have now access to pay them. So we have a debt overhang on us. And we need to cover that during the, through the tariff. You can't get the money from any other place, but it has to go through the tariff. The third and most disturbing one is the pollution of our water bodies. Currently doing business with our resource, the only resource we have, that is the raw water, is becoming a challenge. And I don't think I should be here be telling you what exactly is happening. You, the media, have covered this extensively. And so for me, we can only continue doing this till we get to the end of it. If you are able to work on this, trust me, Ghana Water Company may come here and be asking for tariff reduction. Let's look at the inadequate tariff issue that I talked about. In 2022, PRC granted a total revenue of 2 billion cedis. That was a time that we were able to see operational surplus of only 57 million cedis for the year. Soon after that, even though there were automatic tariff adjustments, it was not enough to cover for our operations. So when we get to 2023, losses started building up, 34 million, and then 260 million as at the end of 2024. Why? Because of this, in part, high consumption of water treatment chemicals as a result of high turbidity coming from what? Galamsey. The same thing built us to another thing. That's high frequency water quality control management. Why? Because the water source is poor, we have to now pay attention to doing more quality checks so often than we normally would do. That takes us also to high siltation of our intake swamps. So our dams are silting quickly, and we have to find money to go back and be doing this desilting, which we wouldn't have done in that frequency. The frequent swearing out and replacement of our electrical mechanical equipment, such as the pumps. Of course, pumps were not designed to be pumping sandy water. They were designed to pump clean water. At least, not the type we are seeing in our situations today. So we are having problems with this. And that leads us to high volumes of sludge generation and downtimes. So because we have to now treat sandy water by separating the pure water from it, what we have is more sludge. And so to evacuate it, instead of staying maybe a sludge for about a quarter before we move, we are doing so probably within 2 weeks. And that is what we are facing at the moment. Then high process loss, of course, that is what will result. When you pump a dirty water of 2 million gallons
instead of getting maybe 1.95 million gallons out of it as fresh water, you end up getting maybe 150 million gallons. And so that is what you get. That is a lot of process loss. And of course, we have to spend money and time and energy pumping this dirty water, which we call the sludge, back from the system so as to clean our own systems to be able to do our work. And please note, whilst we are talking about Galamsey, there are other activities which are by our water bodies causing havoc. So for instance, we know that Water Lake is cleaner. Is that not the case? But today, gradually, it's also getting worse. And sometimes we have to also start shutting down some of our plants, which were not developed or were not designed to be what? To be using coagulants. And so we have to shut down to wait for the water to be much more clearer before we could start working with them. So other activities are also, causing us, like chemical influence from some industries and also sand winning around the water bodies. So, not the best, but that is what we are treating for you to get the clean water that you can see on your table now to drink. So, what did we present to PRC recently as our investment, and what have they approved? Well, we'll just talk about the approved ones. So 24 number water, plant water quality laboratories refurbishment. You can understand why we are talking about laboratory refurbishment now. Why? Because we have problems with what? Quality of our water. We have to now equip our laboratories with more advanced and other equipment that will help us to go beyond the normal, what do you call it? Our normal quality checks that we do recently, and do more than that. So that is where we are going to. Construction of one number water quality laboratory at Western region. Well, you know where we are going. If the labs are going to be set up, or if you are going to buy equipment, then we must as well get very good labs. And where we are having the problem most, we should be looking at putting up a better lab over there. We intend doing so across all the country, but to start with, Western region is the first one. Production improvement works nationwide, main extensions nationwide, pipeline replacement nationwide, construction of 3 number customer service centers in Volta, Northern, and Western region, dredging of Barikasi Dam, construction of water treatment plant and pipeline at Damango, and customer smart meters and 6 number district metered areas in Accra West region. So this is the cost for these initiatives. So again, we have it in Ghana cedis, we have it in USD, and we have it in euros, because not all of them will be in the same currency. So for the water, the plant water quality laboratories, the amount is 128 million Ghana cedis. The lab at Western region, as we talk about, 27.25 million Ghana cedis. Production improvement works, 63.33 million Ghana cedis, 26.38 US dollars, and 1.78 euros, all because they are different things we have to do. The mains extensions is 86.63 Ghana cedis, and that will cover the 217.16 kilometers that I spoke about earlier. Pipeline replacement, 105.5 million Ghana cedis, and the kilometer will be 202.54. Customer service centers altogether will cost us 10.8 million Ghana cedis. Dredging of Barikese, please look at it. Where we have a problem, see what we are going to do. 221.72 USD to do the dredging. So it's not as if even if the dredging takes place, it's so easy and cheap to dislodge. It's a whole lot of problem. Construction of water treatment plant and the pipeline, that is $70 million. Customer smart meters, 33.05 million euros. And the district metered areas, as I spoke about, 10.2 million USD. Altogether, the various figures that you see at the bottom over there. So, what are we asking for? We are saying that at the moment, our lifeline water consumers pay per cubic meter 5 cedis 28 pesos. When we come to our market now, where our other colleagues are also playing some role, check the same quantity of water and how much it will cost you. For a sachet of the same amount, it will be 1,000 cedis. Because you buy it sachet by sachet, you don't notice it, but by the time you consume 1,000 liters of it, you'll be paying 1,000 cedis. Then it comes to the bottled water, the one on your table now. 2,000 bottles of that. That is the one we have now is 500 milliliters. So if you add that together, that is 2,000 of that. Will give you the same 1,000 liters, and that will give you 6,000 cedis if you should go into the average price of it. If you should be living where I live, and that we use Kufuor gallon to, or the yellow gallon to do our water fetching, you will be buying one probably at 4 cedis 40 pesos, and that will take you 440 cedis. Even because you buy it in thought, you don't notice that this is what you are spending. And if you are at a place where my big brother is, where they have tanker service to serve you, by the time they just feel that your poly tank for you, that will cost you at least 222 cedis. In all, every pricing that we have in this market is looking so high. Whilst we are selling at only 5 cedis 28 pesos, we are only asking that this should be increased to 20 cedis and 9 pesos. Not 2,000 cedis, as somebody has said earlier. No, it's 20 cedis and 9 pesos for 1,000 liter for Lifeline. This will be 280, if you do the math, 280% increase in the price of our request. So we are not asking too much, but please, this 280% covers production, it covers distribution, transmission, and all other activities. There will be no extra tariff that PURC will come and embedding the public with. This is the only one we are asking, and that is the final tariff that Ghana Water Company is asking. So, this is our revenue requirement. If you check very well, you notice that because we have different categories of service, we are saying that if PURC accept the 280%, our average tariff will come to 47 cedis, 44 pesos, meaning that some people will be high, some will be low, but when you do the average tariff, it will come to 47.44 pesos. Next year, it will go to 54.24 pesos. The next year after, 62.17, 28, 72.55, 2029, 82.79, and 2030, 94 0.29. That is, if you have given us this, Ghana Water Company would produce water consistently and serve every customer that we have on our books. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we're going to have Ghana Gas.
All right, good afternoon. And I can observe that a lot of us are tired, so I intend to run through quickly, and then once you have a question, then we will answer those questions. So I'm here with a very high-powered team, authorized by our management to take us through our proposal to the PURC. And in doing that, I want to introduce our GM for commercial operation in the person of Mr. Jomo. We have our acting GM for engineering and maintenance in the person of Master Kali. Then we have commercial manager in the person of Aida Yeboah. Then Doron, Amankwa, Edwina, and Yakodia. So that's the team from Ghana Gas. And myself, my name is Sylvester Idumikujo. I am manager for commercial operations as well. All right, so to our presentation, we intend to group our presentation to 3 thematic areas. The first one is to look at the overview of Ghana Gas, focus on the trajectory of tariff development since 2014 when Ghana Gas started commissioning, and then 2015 when we started commercial operations. And then we will focus on the 2026 tariff as proposed. So Ghana Gas, we were formed in 2011 to do So we were formed in 2011 by the government of Ghana to do 3 things. 1, to process gas, to transport gas, and to market gas commodity. And over the period, that's what you've done. And we have a vision of being the go-to in the company when it comes to gas processing and then gas services activity. Now, since our establishment, we have made significant contribution to the Ghanaian economy, and I intend to take you through some of them. The first one is our FX savings. On annual basis, we save close to 2.2 billion in terms of FX savings. What that means is that we don't need, or power producers or industry don't need to go to the Bank of Ghana or the commercial banks to demand 2.2 million cedis, $2.2 billion to import LCOs and gas-related commodities. You don't have to import LPG to a certain magnitude. And these are some of the contributions we've made to the Ghanaian economy. Of course, in terms of power generation, if you look at our energy mix, thermal is the largest. As of today, thermal generation is the largest. And thermal generation relies on fuel. And the key source of fuel is gas. Now, if you do a composition of the sources of gas or contribution of Ghana Gas in terms of gas services to the downstream, 83% of the gas that goes to power generation has everything to do with Ghana Gas. So 1, we process gas and we transport gas. So ENI brings their gas onshore. Ghana Gas will have to take it from Sanzule all the way to Takrady and other demand centers. So when you do the math, as somebody will say, we are doing about 83% of that in terms of our contribution to thermal power generation. Now, I'll take you through how the industry is structured in terms of from the supply side to the demand side. You will notice that we have the FPSOs here. They are the upstream, so they produce the gas. through their activity. It comes to our Tribal processing plant. We process, it goes through our pipeline. E&I also process upstream, transport their gas, the lean gas, to the ORF. It commingles with our gas and it goes to all these demand centers. But in terms of future project, Ghana Gas intends to invest into the GPP2. I'm sure you've heard a lot about the GPP2. We also intend to invest in the TT line. But once you are increasing your processing capacity and your pipeline capacity, you need a compressor to be able to move a lot of volumes. So Ghana Gas also intends to invest in a compressor as well. Now, in terms of trajectory of our tariff over the period, when Ghana Gas started in 2014, the commissioning phase, we had a tariff of about 8.8. Out of that 8.8, 2.9 was for commodity. Then the rest was for gas servicing. Now you will notice that over the period, the Ghana gas tariff has been declining and it's been very steep. From 2.28, we are now hovering around 1.1. So that tells you that with time, because of prudent management, because of being sensitive to the downstream needs, Ghana Gas has, working with the PURC, has the lowest tariff when you compare to the other players in the market. I must also say that the tariff is low because government made a decision that some of our assets must not be recovered. Now, after the 2022 major tariff period, where Ghana Gas was given a tariff as gazetted by the PURC, we invested into these assets. And what it is that anytime you invest into new assets, you have to recover that through the tariff. So these are some of the assets that we have invested in over the period. For example, the HIPS, High Integrity Pipeline Protection System, or pressure processing system. So you need to be sensitive to your environment. So you have to put in instrumentation that enables automatic shutdown of the system when it is overpressurized. So the HIPS is one of the key investments we've done over the period. Then we've also invested into the standby product cooler. All these investments are made so that we are able to operate as a prudent operator and then as a reliable operator for the good of the Ghanaian consumer. Now, the reason why this investment has been singled out is that this investment was made after the last tariff period. So what that means is that as of today, these investments are not being recovered. So we intend to recover this in the current tariff window going into 2026. Now, in terms of our proposal, we intend to propose, or we have proposed to the PURC, that our tariff should move from 1.1 as we have today to about 2.1. So we are proposing that our new tariff should be around 2.1. The basis are the things that I have already elucidated. One, you want to be a prudent operator, you have to invest in certain key instrumentation. You also have to expand your infrastructure. So the objective that drives this proposal are what we see here. You want to be viable. You also want to be fair to consumer. So these are the things that Ghana Gas intends to do. And on the basis of that, we have proposed the tariff of 2.1 to the PURC for consideration. Now, what is the basis of the 2.1? You will notice that you have what we call regulated asset base. Not all assets of Ghana Gas form part of the regulated asset base. The regulated asset base is the asset base that the PURC has accepted as part of the core asset that should be part of the annual revenue requirement or the cost of service. So on the basis of that, we try to segregate our asset base based on the services we provide. One, we have gathering. Gathering is to take the gas upstream from the producers and then bring it to the GPP, and then you do processing. After processing, you have to transmit. Now, in terms of assets, as of 2022, when the tariff was being done, we had an processing asset of about 610 million. Out of that, only 66 was allowed to be recovered. As I mentioned earlier, at the time, government made a decision that the asset on CDB should be zero. So yes, there's cost to be recovered, but we are asking you not to recover that. So on the basis of that, the PURC only gave us a tariff for $66 million. And then in terms of gathering, it was about 293. We only got tariff for $29 million. It's the same with transmission. Out of the 484, we got 115 that went into our tariff. So the 1.1 we have today is because some of the investments we made, some of the assets we had on our books were not factored into the tariff. So in effect, we submitted a tariff, an asset base of about 1.3 billion, but only 210 million was factored into our tariff. So obviously, that reduces our tariff. What we intend to do is that we intend to invest more going into the medium term. We intend to invest into processing assets, gathering assets, and transmission assets. And all these will all future or will have to future in the tariff you get from the PURC. Now, to provide a bit more numbers to support what we are doing, if you look at 2026, we are hoping that the 210 million you saw earlier should increase to 262. Then it will have a natural growth path to 2030, which is 392. Now, all these are the basis of what we are asking for in terms of the 2.1. Again, you notice that all our graphs, the graphs you see here, has a natural growth rate. So it means that Ghana Gas does not intend to charge or to increase costs unless there's a need. And you'll see in the next slide. Now, these are the assets, the tariff you are proposing. You will notice that for gathering, the tariff was 11 cents. 11 cents has decreased to 0.06 cents or 6 cents. From 11, it has decreased to 6 cents. The reason is that gas volume on the gathering line has increased. And anytime your gas volume increases, then your tariff goes down, especially when the cost doesn't increase astronomically. In the case of processing, the current tariff is 27 cents. We intend to increase that to 84 cents. For transmission, it is 72 cents. We intend to increase that to 1.3 or 1.29 cents. Now, this is the natural growth path. From 2.2, as we are proposing today, we intend to grow at a certain minimum growth rate of less than 10%. So even in 2027, we are proposing around 2.4, 2.6, and then it jumps. In 2029 and 2030, we expect to have key investment on stream like the GPP2, the compressors, and then the TT line. So when all those investments comes as part of our regulatory asset base, then the tariff will go up. Now, sometimes we want to also show or answer the question that, is the tariff being proposed too high? And to answer that question, you do a comparison. So gas has competitors. So gas has competitors. Apart from using lane gas, you can also use LCO to produce electricity and use for industrial purposes. So we try to combine, and there's a standard of doing that, which is the BOE. Now, in terms of the gathering asset, assuming you're not doing gas or you're not using gas and you intend to use crude or crude-based derivatives, what will happen is that instead of paying 6 cents, you'll be paying 32 cents. Processing, instead of paying 84 cents, you'll be paying almost $5 if you were using crude. In terms of transmission, instead of paying $1.29, you'll be paying close to $7.5. So what that means is that if you compare what Ghana Gas is proposing to other commodities that the downstream would have used for their services or for their production, Ghana Gas, because of our existence, we are giving a lot of value to customers. So when we are doing the comparison, we urge that the comparison is not just done based on the growth from last year's tariff to the new one being proposed, but it should also be based on the competitive fuel that could have been used, assuming you were not using gas. Now, we recognize that the Ghanaian consumer needs to pay the right price. So all that we have done is to ensure that the cost we incur in providing the optimum service goes into our tariff. What we have proposed is fair. What we have proposed is consistent with every layer of the cost we incur, and we urge the media to support us to get the Ghanaian people to understand, to appreciate the need for the growth in the gas tariff or the gas services tariff. On that note, I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ghana Gas. So now we open the floor for questions. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Alfred Okansi. I work with TV3. I hear all the organizations talk about the proposals that you're making being fair. The fairness of it is dependent on the state of our pockets as consumers, right? So I just want to understand, for instance, with the Ghana Water Company, the rationale for the tariff proposal. The second point you put on the slide was that there's been an on-lending of grants and loans by Ministry of Finance, which has led to the debt overhang. What was the reason behind that decision to now transfer all the grants that you get as Ghana Water to the Ministry of Finance? What explanation was given, and why did you essentially agree to it? Did it make sense, that proposal that was made to transfer all the grants you received, the 20 million and others, to the Finance Ministry? What was the reason behind it?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is a government policy. In fact, it's a letter written by Ministry of Finance to Ghana Water asking us that we should do this. I think Ministry of Finance is looking at transferring that burden from their own to Ghana Water. That's what I can think of.
This was in 2014 to. So they're transferring the burden to you, and then you transfer it to them.
It's actually at what do you call it, an interest rate. That's the Bank of Ghana interest rate. So it's not like even as I say paying just the principal, we are also paying the interest as well. Yeah.
It creates a burden, and obviously you find ways of offloading the burden. That's to consumers. That's it, isn't it? Okay.
The issue is that the loan was actually used to construct the plant that we are using to produce water. Because it was taken by government, the government would have absorbed the loan, and Ghana Water Company operate and use the operational cost to bill the customer. And now they are asking us to pay them. In effect, we are actually taking on the plant cost into our hands, and so we have to transfer that cost into the customer to also pay.
Unfortunate as it is, that's the reality. But you see, I also want to, because we are communicating in terms of
to get the public to understand why there's a need for this tariff increase. If you could give us a breakdown, that is, if you have the figures of how much your treatment cost has increased as a result of Galamsey. Then when we're having conversations, the public can appreciate what you're faced with now and why there's the need to have a tariff increase to be able to sustain it. The exact increase in the cost of the treatment of the waters, the water bodies or the sources of water for you as a result of Galamsey, how much has your cost of treatment increased? If there's some specific data you can share with us.
Okay, yes. So the specific data I will share with you later. But an idea as to what is happening. The cost, the chemical we use to as a coagulant for treatment of water in areas which we are now using what we call polyelectrolyte to treat as a result of the what do you call it, the Galamsey. So if you look at it just by comparing the same result that you want to get by using the polyelectrolyte in place of the coagulant will cost you not less than 6 times the amount of the alum. We'll get you the actual figures later. So for instance, if you are using, say, 10 cedis to produce a gallon of water by using the alum, now to produce the same amount of gallon of water, you'll be using about 60 cedis using the other chemical which we call polyelectrolyte. Now, it doesn't stop there. It doesn't end there. When you look at what I showed you, we are talking about sludge buildup. You are talking about pumping to clean our systems, what we call backwashing. We're talking about our machines that are now having to be repaired so frequently because they are not meant or they are not designed to be pumping sandy water. When you add all these things up, you are talking about at least 10 times what would have done normally. That is what we are saying. But I will provide you with these figures in due course. Thank you very much.
Okay, so for the Ghana Gas, so one of the slides you said if there's going to be the second plant, all things being equal, and next year that would lead to possible increase in tariffs or a reduction rather, because if you're having an additional plant, my understanding is if it will rather, at least lead to a reduction in tariffs rather than you're saying there's going to be an increase in tariff if the second plant comes on stream, all things being equal by next year. Why is that?
Right. So so there's an inverse relationship between the cost of infrastructure and the gas or commodity you produce or process. So anytime you have a new investment coming on board, you have to pay for investment. Okay. So for example, if your tariff is $1 and they are having a new investment coming on board, the tariff will only go down when you have more flows. Okay. Now, what that based on what we know, so when you're doing these projections, you base on the supply data. So based on the supply data from upstream, we expect a certain flow of gas. When that flow of gas is inputted into the asset base and then the EP2, then initial phase, your tariff will show up because of the new investment that you have to. So when we are lucky and get more flows, thank you. So when we are lucky and get more flows in terms of raw gas supply, if you get more raw gas supply, let's say if you are doing about 250, then you know that because of the increase in flow, the inverse relationship between the cost and the flows, once the flows of gas or the flow of gas increases, then your tariff will come down. So this assumes makes an assumption based on the existing data we have, which suggests that um, the incremental flow maximum could be around 100 million scf. But assuming you are going to get more raw gas from the upstream parties, then your tariff will come down. So the simple answer is that tariff increases when you have new investment coming on board. It takes time. So at a certain point, it reduces when the investment, the cost of the capital recovery, is the cost of the capital is recovered over a period. But the initial phase, it goes up, and then with time, it drops. But the only way you can have the tariff dropping at the initial phase is when you have more flows. So the expectation is that you get more flows from the upstream parties, and that can inure to a lower tariff.
Okay, Michael Kragafu again. I noticed that all the utilities, their tariff proposal was in cedis, but Ghana Gas, yours is in dollars. The question is, you are asking for 2.1, $2 1 cent, which means $1 difference. Isn't it too much? That's the first question. Then the second question is that how does appreciation or depreciation of the appreciation of the CD, the dollar impact on your revenue? And then yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So on your first question, I mean, first and foremost, I'm also a consumer. So when tariff goes high, it obviously affects me as well. So on the question of whether increasing from 1.1 to 2.1 is not too much. Well, the number speaks for themselves. If you are moving from 1.1 to 2.1, it's about 97%. So obviously there's a rise in the cost that consumer will pay. You have to look at it this way. Is it too much? You have to answer based on the investment you have to make. So if you don't make critical investments, what that means is that your service will not even be regular from time to time. So you need to do a balance between how much the consumer can afford and how much you need to make sure you have a reliable service. So yes, like I said, I'm a consumer. Anytime tariffs are going up, it affects our pocket. So I agree, except that you need to balance that with the required investment necessary for keeping the system afloat. So you can decide to say that, well, let's maintain the tariff. What happens to the investment that are critical in safeguarding the regular production or provision of services to the downstream? Again, you recall that I've said we've made certain investments from 2022 to 2025 that has not been paid for at all. Because what happens is that once you make your proposal, a tariff is given, you do not have the opportunity to reintroduce a certain cost. So what you do is that you invest and wait. And sometimes when you are doing this exercise during the tariff period, there are works in progress. So these are critical investments you need to make. But you have to do it and wait later to recover. So once those works are completed, then you must recover. So the increase is as a result of all these factors that I have elucidated. Will the consumer be able to pay? Like I said, I'm a consumer, so it affects me as well. But you need to draw a balance between the quality of service and then the amount of tariff that you pay. So you need to have those balance. And on the balance of those, we think that the proposal we've made will be able to make sure Ghana Gas operate as a prudent company. Now, for your first question, why our tariffs are in USD? The good thing is that though we propose these tariffs in USD, you pay or the consumer pays from time to time in cedis. Now, because our tariffs are in USD, when the cedi depreciates, there is, in terms of the tariff, there's a positive impact on Ghana Gas. Okay? When the cedi appreciate, there's a negative impact. The reason is that your tariffs are in USD and they pay in what? In cedis. So there's that natural relationship between the appreciation of the CD or the depreciation of the CD. Now, for cost purposes, if you have a lot of your cost component that you have to pay in USD, for example, you pay upstream parties in terms of the raw gas, you pay them a US-based equivalent. For example, critical spare parts. If you are going to do, let's say, pumps, you are going to change pumps. These pumps are not made in Ghana. You have to import. Then on the cost side, when the CD is appreciating, then it's good. So it depends on how you want to view it in terms of the cost side effect and then the revenue side effect. I hope I've provided some perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you very we'll go to the Executive Secretary of PRC for a closing remarks.
I can see that all the media houses are gone. That's a small indication of how difficult it is to actually arrive at the tariff. It's just a day's event and you are not able to stay. I mean, we still have the whole country to cover. We still have a lot of stakeholders to talk to. And I know the utilities, some of them are also gone because they've presented, but it's going to be a long journey before we can carry everyone along and explain to you the cost requirements or the asset base or the regulated asset base required for the tariff adjustment of these utilities. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all for coming, especially those that are enduring enough to stay till this time. You know, it's not that easy from morning to date. As I said from the beginning, this is the citizens' motto. The reason why I give it this title is because we want to do extensive stakeholder consultation. And I'm sure, I mean, we will talk to every Ghanaian possible. We will consult most stakeholders. We go to all the regions that are in the country to ensure that every Ghanaian is given a chance to comment or be made aware of the MITO. Okay. I urge you to continue to interrogate the issues, to speak truthfully, and to carry the message with clarity and responsibility, especially from the media. Now that you've been here, I'm sure you go back and correct the issues that were raised yesterday. Because yesterday, for instance, the focus was on ECG, and today, as I said, Ghana Water is requesting for the highest, that's 280%. It looks as if ECG 225% was more carried by the media than Ghana Water. On behalf of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, I thank you once again for your commitment, and I look forward to walking this journey with you for the good of consumers and for the viability of our utilities and for the development of our dear nation. So thank you very much. And I would like to call on PRC, Engineer Fiati. If you are here, you give us the closing prayer. I think we are tired. Most of us are in a hurry to go home. Thank you very much. And see you once again.
Thank you. Yes. Please let us be in a prayer mode. Our Heavenly Father, once again, we thank you this evening for taking us through this long day.